We're back. So
Hello.
we're here. We are doing the ticking timeline part two. How do you say that in French? Did I say that right?
Yeah.
Did. Okay.
Just make a
Those
face.
Do the thing. Okay, so those of you who have been following us, we did a part one about a month or so ago. And as we were talking, we realized, wait a minute, there were more clues than this. A lot more clues. And then when I joined Katt and Pam on Katt's stream that was initially about the motions that were filed by the defense, it turned into, how we realized that she basically
saw a very interesting play that night.
Yeah, so I played that night and then basically mimicked the same outcome of the play. Then our wheels started turning and we were like, hold on. There's a lot of stuff that we missed in that last timeline. And our original timeline was based on stuff that was obvious that anybody could have figured out. But then as we started going back through the transcripts and putting things together, we were like, okay, so it was almost a year in the making versus a few months that we originally thought. So with that, I'm calling it my timeline of major hello McFly hints. So for reference, Katt wore her t-shirt to give you context as to what hello McFly means. And I'm going to just add a little comedy to it and to help you understand my mindset when I said hello McFly, so that you can truly get how I felt when I'm like, you had to have known.
Hello? Anybody home? Hey, think McFly, sing.
Okay, so that's literally how I felt when I
like the light bulbs.
When I started piecing together this stuff. I'm like, there's no way you didn't notice at your big age that these were clear indications that this situation is not going well. All right, so obviously I added a good number of instances that came about with the help of Katt and Pam. We've been DMing each other about this stuff for a few weeks just to make sure that we had everything. I'm not sure. Did you guys find anything else other than what I put on the timeline? Anything extra?
I think just the play, and obviously that's the culmination of it, right? Like that's the, Daisy came in and was like, look at this script on the play. So the chat was like crowdsourcing all these little details. And then we go and line it up with the transcript and we're like, wait, now we've got to look a little bit more at Sag Harbor. We've got to look at some of these things that there were all these breadcrumbs for in the transcripts. And then boom. And I guarantee you, we think we've gotten, 3, 4 new pictures to look at, time frames to look at. And then as we talk about it, I know the gems are going to fire off in the chat where you guys piece more together. So this is going to be like a moving machine as we go through the stream.
Right. So so to Katt's point, I did not include that on the timeline because that was the day of the actual incident. And then she did a whole YouTube on it, but we're going to talk about that again for those who missed it. And yes, the universe, whoever doesn't get the reference, y'all gotta go. You gotta go. Before we get started, remember, hit the like button. All 3 of our pages or whoever's page you're on right now, hit the like button, follow, share, and all that good stuff. All right. Pam, anything?
Not yet, because we always find out something extra and interesting as we continue and go on. So we're gonna hit it first. If something pops up, I'm gonna make sure that I bring it to your attention, even if I got to go find that video or go find something, because it'll pop up. It'll pop up.
All right, sounds good. So I'm going to have to share my screen for the timeline because, of course, I included hyperlinks, and I don't really know how this thing works. Why you can't click the hyperlinks when you share it through slides. So I have to share it from my actual screen. But everything in yellow is stuff that we added since the original part 1. So you see, that's a significant amount of stuff that we missed, because we initially started at 6 months before the incident. Now we can go as far back as 8 or 9 months before the incident. So, and that's significant because
they only started dating like 7-8 months before July 17th.
Right, exactly.
Or met each other, right? They started dating quickly, right? They rolled right into this.
According to her, they met, let's say, August 1st, and by August 10th, they were in a full-blown relationship. I don't believe that. But again, you know me, I'm a cynic, I'm a skeptic,
Some people have different definitions of what makes something a committed relationship, and if that communication wasn't there, we've just got her testimony, and she swears it was August, and she almost dated him for 2 years, coming up on August 2023. She did some Jabari math.
Yeah, Jabari math, Jabari overestimating or overplaying her position in people's lives in terms of who they were to her, how in depth the relationship was. So I don't know. I really don't know. It doesn't make sense to me, because even the fastest moving person does not get into a committed relationship in a matter of a week. But you have at least a 30 to 90 day probationary period. But, that's just me. I don't know. Even if it's unspoken, it's kind of common sense, right? On both sides, regardless of who wants who and how badly they want them. You rarely get into a committed relationship the first 2 or 3 weeks of being with somebody. But
environment plays a role in that too, because when people move too quickly, a lot of times it's about some sort of I don't know if isolation is the word for it, but when you're not in your comfort zone, more to say, people seem to rely very strongly on another person because they're in a situation where there's just nobody else there at that time to be able to bounce other things off of. So that's the only thing that I can think of.
You could think of, right? But then that's just a friend with benefits, right? We don't do that anymore. Is that a late model Gen X thing, or what? Whatever happened to friends with benefits? Why can't we just be friends that occasionally, get it in? Like, why do we have to?
There's a lot of people that will say they're fine with that. They'll act like they're cool with it. And then when they're in it, they keep pretending they're fine with it. But all along, they really want a commitment that someone else may have already told them, hey, I'm not looking for a commitment.
Right.
But the person sticks along like, well, that's fine. And it keeps rolling and rolling and rolling. And they're really the whole time, their whole goal is that commitment. And then we end up with a lot of trouble a lot of times.
Because you see that person the way you want that person to be, other than the way the person actually is. You're in love with the person who you believe he ought to be, or who you believe she ought to be, other than the person actually is. And you remember I talk about all the time being authentically who you are. If you're authentically who you are, you don't have to worry about, oh, well, you tricked me, you fooled me. No, because this is who I am. You know, I get ghosts if I'm tired of being around anybody. You know, I get ghosts for 3 or 4 days. You know that. I've done it before. You knew that because you're my friend. You should know that.
Exactly. And I think it's too people that just don't have boundaries. And a lot of time that's chalked up to maturity, but you would think at 29, 30 years old, I mean, Katt, you can speak to that. You would kind of know by now how to respect boundaries and not feel like you're going to reprogram somebody. People are who they are. It's up to you to either accept the way they are, or obviously people change. You can change, especially if you want to stay in a relationship. You're going to compromise certain things, like I'm late all the time. Okay, I know this person doesn't like tardiness. I'm going to be intentional about not being late. Things like that. I don't like to go to the movies, but this person likes to go to the movies. This is something they like to do. I'll make more effort toward going to the movies. Things like that. But if
you end up liking to do it, right? It ends up being fine.
Right.
But then there's certain non-negotiables. And that's where we have an issue because, having standards, my generation, if you look at discourse on X or even like some of these podcasts that come out, sometimes it's controversial for someone. Oh, text messages leaked about someone's relationships. This happened with Jonah Hill and Sarah Brady. It looked like he was being so controlling and mean because he set forth what I characterize as certain standards. I'm not comfortable with certain types of pictures, or, you're just in a bikini. And like, yeah, that might sound controlling if you frame it as her posing like in a photography shoot for her surfing. She has brand ambassador deals. But if you went to her Instagram, it was actually just close-ups, point of view of just from like middle of her waist to middle of her upper thigh. And it was just a thin bikini line. So it's like, all right, you get some people defining standards as something that's blasphemy and that it's controlling to have in a relationship. And I diverge from that. I feel like that's more common in my age group, that standards are looked down upon. I feel like I diverge from where the younger generation below me is trending on that. And then it must be shocking. It seems shocking to you because you're like, no, it's normal and it should be okay to not want to be, stuck with somebody where it's not going to keep moving in the same direction. It should be okay to break up with somebody.
Exactly.
And not have your entire text exchange put on social media. But that whole thing with her releasing those texts, that was playing into that Me Too nonsense. You know what I mean? And then it didn't go the way she planned, because you're like, these are not unreasonable requests. And it clearly was something you discussed way before now. But because you're not together, you're going to try to make this guy look like some old crotchety controlling. You know what I'm saying?
And he had a new ring on his finger and a baby that was just born with a new girl. That's when those were released. And then that's one thing, right? That's PR issues. That's social media attention. But you get into the realm of what happened with something like Jonathan Majors. And now you have the state coming in. You have them trying to prosecute Jonathan Majors. And then they're taking that same play-in on the Me Too and saying, well, we're going to take Jabari's desire for a ring on her finger, and we're going to retrofit that to our theory of this case, that there was abusive behavior, a pattern of abuse.
Right.
So that's a whole nother level to take it to, because now that's not just someone on social media posting something and trying to get, people like, oh, girl, it's okay. Sorry you went through that. This is a government body weaponizing that in the criminal justice system.
But there's political. This is an election year. I'll say that again, Kat. Pam.
I said it's one thing to be the government body, but also then to be in collusion with the press.
Yep.
Well, it's an election year. Anything goes, right? You got the presidential election. You got a lot of mayoral elections happening, gubernatorial elections, DA, because this is his fourth year. Everybody's trying to, advance their own career at the expense of other people. Because you see this in almost everything. It just happens that we got Jonathan Major caught up in the Matrix too, right? Craziness, but we can go on for days. We've said enough.
And the core issue and why we have this on our screen right here is journalism used to connect these dots. It used to follow the timeline. It used to do the look back, the trace back. Where did this all come from, and how did we get here? And now the press that we saw surrounding the Jonathan Majors trial, there's other examples of this happening all the time. I'm not trying to suggest at all that this is a one-off thing. They had an end goal in mind, and they reported working forward towards that end goal.
Right. Yeah.
And the end goal, the verdict, wasn't the verdict that they were working towards. And they still tried to make the verdict a split verdict with two parts that were acquittals on the intentional stuff. They still tried to roll with that momentum as if it was what they always predicted it was going to be.
Exactly.
It's just nuts.
And
it's
so
the
many
reverse
people
of what they should be
fell for
doing.
it. So many people fell for it, and it's scary to me that so many people don't understand basic charges and what a conviction of those charges means. Because that means this can happen to you, and you don't even realize that it's not that big of a deal. Because
they won't until it happens to them.
Yeah, I'm thinking about too. It's interesting when I look at the media now, because now all of a sudden, I said it before, we get this kind of media because we have so many corporations owning media companies now. And now you see these media companies laying off all of these reporters and things like that. Now, all of a sudden, you hear them talking about, because I did a video about it, Now all of a sudden you get the importance of being in the courtroom and reporting this stuff as you see it, not sitting down with your report already halfway written, and then you're
Mhm.
just going to be plugging in the little different things to fit this narrative that you put in. Now you
Yeah.
see the importance of going to court and reporting the information as it is and putting it out there so people can make uh
And informed.
decisions about what they see,
Mhm.
or anything like that, because you're giving us factual information, not this narrative that you have put forth, and you continue to roll and run in. And then when people start reading the transcripts, shout out to Kat and shout out to Danny, when you start reading these things and you start seeing was reported, that's not what you see. All of a sudden, the only thing that you're hearing about, and you have our community, Danny, ranting and raving about somebody talking about Coretta Scott King when and it quiet as it's kept and loud as I'm about to say it, most of y'all didn't respect the woman in the first place.
Hank Hong Hig didn't respect their legacy. So all of a sudden, and I was in the gym the other day, and one of the songs on my playlist is "You Make Me Better" by Neo, and there's a part in the song that the guy says, "You need to be my Coretta because I want to be a king," something along those lines. And I was so ready to post that snippet with the song, and I said, "No, I'm not trying to reactivate this bullshit again."
There's another one
But
that's partially viral. He's younger, he's up and coming. He's more of a writer producer that started doing his own music. And it's called Up Like Coretta. And it's got like millions of views on YouTube. People quote the bar. It has Paige, what's her name? The girl, she's in the show Power, the Power Book 2. She was dating Tariq and they put her in witness protection. She's really pretty. She's someone's niece. She's someone famous's niece. So but she's in that video. Like, it's not just a nobody type of deal, but it's like Up Like Coretta is the bar.
right. And this is not the first time I've heard several hip hop songs that mentioned her, but when I heard that when I was working out, I was like, here's another one. And this dates back to like 2006. So I'm just like, why all? But this is that selective memory thing, probably a generational thing, because in 2006, a lot of these people were probably like 9. So that's fine. But at the same time, spare me the fake outrage. You know what I mean? Spare me the selective outrage. Because
if we're having that conversation, those songs sound like, and I didn't quite grasp the lyric, but for the song I'm referring to, it was a very great relationship. In the context of Coretta Scott King, this recording that comes into the Jonathan Majors trial, more for the headlines than anything else, the context that is coming in signals a breakup, signals something's not working because as two individuals here, we're not lining up the way we should be lining up for a couple that has a future together.
Right.
And that was the point of saying it. And there's all this discourse that has nothing to do with why that conversation took place.
And then the crazy part about it, nobody remembered that he mentioned Obama too. Why can't we get upset about that? They're still alive. They're like right around the corner.
What? Show Michelle some love. People still point them out as a power couple that they want to be. Like, they still post pictures of them as a couple to celebrate the both of them, not just Obama was great and sometimes she happens to be pictured in presidential pictures. They literally, they're pedestaled as a iconic couple.
Yeah, you staying with kings. You know that you stay with the king. Is this a song Coretta by Zay Lewis?
Oh, is there another one?
This is now the stream.
A list of them, but I just don't want
to. This is now the stream of how many pop culture references there are to the king couple, the kings as a couple.
Right. But when Jonathan
ridiculous the headline is.
He's a narcissist.
I'm reading the lyrics. It says, "Baby, don't cry. You're my Coretta. Yeah, you're staying with kings. You know that you stay with the king." So this is a song Coretta by Zay Lewis. I don't see anybody outraged by that.
Because nobody remembers that. They only remember and I think that might be an issue. We might need to do some kind of statistical research and figure out if a lot of people have short-term memory issues, because that can be a huge strain on the Social Security disability system if so many people end up with early onset dementia because you can't remember what happened a few years ago with 10 other different artists saying the same thing. And we're talking artists, rappers, singers, actors that have said the same thing, but it didn't turn into a shit show like it did when Jonathan said it.
Listen,
Selective
here we go.
outrage.
Fabulous did a song. Let me go back to the lyrics.
Fab has a song.
Fabulous has a song. I'm gonna need a Coretta if I'm gonna be king. I'm a movement by myself, but I'm a force when we're together.
Where to get? That's the song. You make me
Jonathan
better.
Majors was
Yeah,
probably
that's-
training. He probably had buds in his ears. He's like, all right, I'm gonna put on the Fab playlist today. And he's
that's
listening to that
literally what I
exact
was
song.
doing. I was doing my tricep exercises with the rope, and I said, wait a minute. I had to rewind. I said, because I never listened to the rap part. I just played it, never paid it any attention. But
Right.
then I'm in pain right now, so I'm like, I'm really concentrating, and I'm like, did he just say? And that was a very popular song. Tracker says because it was told to a white British woman who wouldn't know Coretta Scott King from, I can't give a good analogy. Tracker, everybody around the world knows who Coretta Scott King is. She's been around since before most of our parents were born. They are world renowned. Martin Luther King won a Nobel Peace Prize.
Peace Prize.
There is nobody on the planet except for maybe someone under the age of 10 that does
Except
not
for
know.
Grace Jabari on the stand. She knew in the moment.
Right.
On the
She
stand,
knows
she's like, I don't
exactly.
understand.
And then the crazy thing is, fun fact, I mean, if anybody on this stream is British, or if you watch this later and I'm not sure if Simone is here. She might not be because it's like probably about 10 p.m. where she is now. But I was in the Pandora store over by Windsor Castle last June, because whenever I go somewhere, I like to get a Pandora charm to represent that place. So I went to go
That's
get
cute. I like that.
Yeah, so I went to go get a couple of gifts. I went to get a coronation set from my friend, and then I got the British flag one for me and another friend. And I asked the girl, because I was asking her about British history, because my friend is from Guyana, and obviously those were ruled by the British at one point. So I don't know. I'm not Guyanese. So I asked the lady at the counter, and she was of East Indian descent, but she was clearly British, if Britain was still in control of Guyana, right? And she says, I don't know. We get taught American history here. And I was like, you get taught American history? We don't even get taught American history.
Wow.
So I said, why would they teach you guys American history instead of history of Europe? She says, I don't know, but we learn American history. So I said that to say she knows who Coretta Scott King is, because that same clerk at Pandora was about her age or younger. Exactly, Belvex. Martin Luther King is a worldwide role model, right? He
Right.
If he was still alive, he'd be about 98. So everybody knows who he is, just like they know who Malcolm X is. No comment.
Because she was, for who she was a very polarizing type situation, and they all, and like I said, talking about that the firm gets real crazy and gets real crazy as you go, but they are the kings and queens of putting out an image, and it's like putting out an image, but what's going on behind the walls is just complete chaos.
Mm-hmm. Right. Exactly. Well, we already know that, right? Hey, Dre, thanks for the super sticker. You should join us if you know of any glaring timeline inconsistencies. I didn't have this timeline up the whole time. Y'all had already studied it.
No, we got to ask him, what does it mean when a man responds like this as we go through the timeline?
Right. So you can probably give us the male perspective if you want to join. Let me send you the link real quick just so I won't forget. And if you want to join and just give us, that would be a good thing if you have time. Give us the male perspective of what you think if you did that, what you would expect someone to kind of understand from that. I mean, like I said, we've all been there, and no, I've never had like a really toxic. I will tell you one situation I dealt with, just because I like to be transparent and to give a real life perspective, but that'll be later. Dre, I just sent you the link in case you want to join. Bougie on a budget, Fiji rated. Okay. Showing support. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Let's see. Oh, Lord, this thing is lighting up. All right, guys. I'm going to get to y'all one by one. Hey, Ramar. Hey.
Hello.
Right. I mean, it's something to consider, kind of like how the drink champs and all those people get together and shoot the shit. Maybe we can too,
That
right?
podcast. Yeah, that's a podcast. You could do that.
That would be cool.
I'm telling you, I want to start doing Friday nights where we just read Reddit "Am I the asshole?" posts, and then we judge if they're the asshole. But I gotta time it so that way Pam can make it, so Central Time Zone. So if you guys want to start, I don't know, Fridays might be the right day at night if Pam's down. But I would love to, because I can picture, I'll be reading and I'll be trying to give something sympathy, and I can just picture you, Danielle, going, "What? No."
I must say, I do have an honorary asshole badge that I do pull out every now and again. So I can definitely tell you an asshole move, because I'm the queen of them.
Heck yeah, that's gonna be so good. We're gonna start doing it.
Cool. So let's plan that offline.
Tracker's comment about right up under bougie on a budget, the money. She says, "No, Pam, we get taught American history with the largest air quotes."
Right. And now it's even worse with all this, red state legislation cutting out big chunks of history. So
yeah.
She didn't even know her own fiance, who she was supposed to have kids with, graduated from Yale. So who knows? Oh, that's funny. Yeah. So we definitely, I'm totally down to do that.
I've got the spinning wheel ready.
We will be, Dre, because we haven't even started yet. We're still.
All right. So we've got 30 minutes to speed up on this timeline, and then Dre's going to come in and tell us about it.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Doc. Thanks for joining. Make sure y'all please like, share, comment. Well, you are commenting, whatever, Okay, right. So let's get to the timeline. So July 17th, 2022, for context, if anybody watched the ABC News interview that Jonathan did, Grace had taken a still photograph of some broken candles and some other stuff on a hardwood floor. At the trial, she explained that was when she went to LA to visit him. He was working on the movie where he played a bodybuilder, came home, agitated, whatever you want to call it, whatever transpired during that time. It's all in the transcripts. We're not going to go back on that again. Whatever transpired during that time, Jonathan got upset. He knocked a whole bunch of candles off of an end table. That's the picture that she takes. He was nowhere near her. She testified to that. She was clear across the room. He was not flinging them at her. He was not trying to hurt her. He got upset, did a swipe. Shit fell all over the floor. She took a picture of it. So this is around July 17th.
July 9th.
July 9th
was the date.
It was July 9th that happened. Okay. July 17th, this is when there's an IG video of Grace with his dogs and a couple of other things going on that she captions, "I love you so much." So I'm going to play that weirdness, and then we'll get...
ladies in the chat or guys in the chat.
Yeah.
What are some scenarios where a female that isn't posting pictures of you together, for whatever reason, would put something like "love you so much" as a caption to a picture? What are your theories?
What are your theories? So this is the actual compilation video she posted under that "I love you so much" caption. These are his dogs, the current dogs that he has now, and then he also has a puppy that I guess he bought for Megan, because he refers to it as Megan's dog. So, but this is her that same week that he smacked all the candles off. And he admitted to doing that. He said it on the ABC News. The
Problem is,
ABC.
in the GMA, I swiped everything off the counter, and you can see the objects are close to each other on the floor in the photo when you look at it yourself. She testifies that he's throwing objects at me, and they make her say, like, well, where were you standing? Can you put an X where you're standing? And she's standing somewhere else. But she tries to give the impression that she's, oh my God, and things are flying at her head.
Right.
Yeah.
Because apparently you can't get upset and smack a couple of things off the table. Like none of us have ever done that, you know.
The reason it matters is because if you just had a fight like this, if you're just so annoyed, if you're Jonathan and something's just like, you're done, and you swipe these objects off a table because someone else, Jabari says this fight happened because of something going on between them. It was an argument. She says he was throwing stuff at her, but he says, I just got frustrated and shoved stuff off of a end table, a tabletop. Well, the Instagram is from July 17th. That's 8 days later.
Right.
I've known so many instances in my life where friends that I knew, they were dating each other. In my opinion, they'd break up every other day. And you'd be able to tell if you stopped hanging out with them, you didn't get to hear the weekly report in your own ear. You'd be able to tell because on Facebook or Instagram, you would see one of them go and be like, they'd post a picture to show they were back with the person. And some couples don't take pictures together, but they drop hints by using certain captions or tagging a location that they're at or showing like, I'm holding the dogs of the person I'm dating. So obviously if you're one of his side pieces, recognize I'm here. So to me, it's very suspicious that we don't have her ever caption photos this way or compiling videos showing Jonathan Majors things, except in this moment, a few days after a fight, she's showing, I'm still here. I'm still here.
I'm still here, bitches. Yeah, like that.
Yeah.
She definitely loved the first class ticket because that was, I think, highlighted when she started describing their life when she got to New York right before the actual incident. With almost like she was a kept woman. Oh, he gave me his credit card, told me to use it for groceries and this and that and da-da-da-da-da. And you know, he didn't want me using my own money and, you know, that kind of thing. She started trying to create the narrative of her being this kept, you know, house. Oh, we talked about having children and the names of our children and getting married, that whole thing. Mrs. Majors, all that. So, right, exactly.
Okay, Priya Satyani, the manager.
Velvet.
How I feel about that. I just think that was just so diabolical. I'm sorry. I'm just you're fishing for information. That's what it seems like for me. But I just think that was just real diabolical. You're supposed to have had this great and tremendous friend group, but you decide to
it's like the burn book scene in Mean Girls where she throws the pages for everyone else to see and start their own fighting about. She's secretly like causing
that's
the scorched
manipulation,
earth.
like manipulating everybody around you that you can get to react the way you want them to react. Yeah, she definitely wanted to be seen with him, but he ain't want to be seen with her, which leads us to September 8th through the 18th. So, which leads us to the next bullet point of our timeline. September 8th to the 18th, that was the Toronto Film Festival week. But on September 13th, and we showed the video in our last timeline episode. So if you want to go to that one and see that whole thing, I played the video for that. This is where the first and only time that you see them together in the same moment for the public to see. First and only picture of them in, you know, a public arena where everybody can say, okay, that's Jonathan and his girlfriend because they're holding hands, right? But in that same video, in part one of the ticking timeline, you also see him wring his hand off of her hand right after the picture is taken. So go back to that and look at the body language. I think I looped it twice and then I actually pointed that out. in that video. So this was a hostage taker situation.
That body language was not good. That body language, and I'm so glad that the camera person, whoever that was,
got it.
captured that moment, because that body language was not good at all.
Look at his face. Just look at his face. He's looking like,
he looks tired.
I can't believe she showed up and grabbed my hand, and because she started walking past at first, and then she kind of pulled back, I guess, because somebody was like, "Oh, get a picture," because she walked past him, and then she doubled back as if someone said, "Oh, come back, take the picture." So, and his face is like, look, definitely go back and watch that because it's very telling. So again,
you see him walk, but it is very telling because there's a portion of it you see him having this big smile, and then when she pulls up, you got that stone face.
Yeah.
It was almost like, damn, why'd they tell her to come back? And then after he wrings her hand off of his, you can kind of see what he whispers in her ear and kind of like scoots her along. And then he walks up to the person interviewing everyone, and he's kind of looking back like, is she behind me again? First, he does a face like, whoo, and then he kind of looks back just to make sure she's not lingering back there. And then he proceeds to say whatever it is that, I didn't really pay much attention to it again until I got the context, because you just see a picture. Again, they didn't look, lovey-dovey, but I didn't really get any vibe off of it either way until Pam brought up that video, and I was like, let me go. And then I was like, oh, snap. The dynamic is way off. She would have caught him if he was wearing those bell-bottom pants. Okay, I'm not sure.
I think the running around the city blocks, like she was wearing those thick chunky heels and the leather pants. But if he was wearing a different wardrobe, he might not have been as agile to get up out of there.
Right. The aerodynamics wouldn't have been in his favor.
Bell-bottom pants are you talking about? The one that made him look like Santa Claus, or the jeans?
Yeah. The Santa Claus pants. I think those were Santa Claus pants though, because it was in December and they had like the fur around them. Yeah.
Oh my.
Ida, I don't know. I speculated that it appeared to me that it was a last minute kind of, well, I'm coming. I don't want you to come. Well, I'm coming anyway.
And he gave up. You throw your hands in the air.
Right. Because
I think all of us know a couple that is like that, where they can't go somewhere without each other. And if you've ever been over at their place while they're getting ready and one wasn't going to go, but then the one decides they want to come, it's like they have to fight before they go out and do anything together. Like that could have been what they were like.
Right. And I can't be late to this event. I don't want to get there and have an attitude or be flustered. So just whatever, just let her be. Because she doesn't look like she was prepared at all. She had on no makeup, hair wasn't done. Outfit looked like she just took something of his out the closet and threw it on. No bra, no, shoes. She just did not look like she knew she was going to a red carpet event. Toes not done, nails not done. Let me just show you the picture. I get it because, some people are just not fancy, and I get that.
They just have their own aesthetic. But this
reminds me of how she looked when nice.
I would say this reminds me of the same look she had on March 24th when they're getting out of the elevator after she said that they just got intimate, and they're like, well, you don't have to go into details. And she has her buttons all the way down. Her hair is post-coital looking, right? Like that's kind of how she looks here. But she's a performer. She's done modeling. She's modeled for Gap. She's been in music videos. She's been around productions. She understands how things work. So to not show up prepared when she's dressed for occasions in her own style, right? She always has her own style, her own aesthetic, but she's dressed a certain way for other events. It does seem like she, showed up, didn't have time to iron.
This was a rush job. This was don't leave me, I'm coming, hurry up. And she just pulled out the first thing she could find.
She just closed the suitcase that was laying on the floor for 3 weeks and just said, okay, I'm on my way with you.
Right. And you see her nails are not done, toes not done. And I've seen several pictures of her where she actually looked nice. The skirt looks like it's way too big.
That greenish, yellowish outfit that she had, that she was taking a picture in the mirror. she
Right,
looked
her
done.
nails were done in that picture. So she definitely knows how to get dressed when she wants to. But if you look close up, she has not one stitch of makeup on. Nothing. Nothing. That one's too big. Nothing. No eyeliner, no mascara, no blush. I'm guessing this is her natural
The
lip
mascara,
color.
because her no, her hair's not even blonde naturally. But I mean,
No.
her eyelashes look black to me. So
Blackish hair. I guess that's lip gloss. Hair definitely not done. No bra on. I probably don't even have any drawers
that's
on.
probably normal though.
Who knows? She doesn't need a bra actually, but
She made such a big deal about him saying something about
Being
this button.
controlling.
right.
And
But
if you looked at that video footage, she talked about that, but then turned around and unbuttoned it 2 buttons down. So it was where you said that he wanted you to button, you took that button off and then you buttoned another one down, and that's how you went through the whole night. But that was
In the
supposed to be
cold.
controlling. Somebody controlling would have been like, you go back upstairs and we're gonna put a turtleneck on you.
or maybe he just realized, what am I arguing about this for? There's no
Get her.
cleavage. There's no cleavage. What do I even care for? I have more titty than she does.
Well, Megan wears revealing outfits
Very.
in a classy way. Right? She always looks good.
Right, but the
You
titties
know.
are always out. So I
Yeah.
don't know. Yeah, and even at the trial. So I'm almost wondering if she said that because she saw Megan sitting there like that, because almost every single day of trial, Megan's cleavage was out.
And I think that was strategy.
Oh, it definitely was strategy. But the fact that you brought that up, it contradicts
what she's sitting there wearing.
She's sitting right there with full cleavage out. So yeah, I was a little confused by that too.
Yeah, it's definitely Canadian New York.
Yeah, Toronto is New York. It's literally
It's a
on
shuttle
the other
flight
side.
away.
Not even you can like walk if you feel like it. The Niagara Falls is like on both sides. Yeah, it's on both sides. Let's see. Probably, and she probably was already sauced up. Given what we came to find out was her alcohol issues.
I don't like to compare cases, but the same thing did happen with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. They had a whole fight. She alleged an issue in a Toronto hotel room. He was supposed to go. He had a movie premiere. She wanted him to stay in the room, and there's a recording of it. It's the very first video I have on my channel. I only created the channel I have because I needed to host an 18-minute video with captions put to it. And in it, she's just like, no, baby, stay. Why would you leave? And she's freaking out. And then he gets so drained, he goes into another room and closes the door. You hear him get away quietly on the phone. He gets distance from the microphone. And you hear her pouring wine. You hear her talking about some type of pill. Xanax? Oh, Xan. She leaves that. She's like, I put them near your door. So she realizes that he's like not going out anymore. And she's just like, drink some wine, take these pills that calm you down so you don't want to go out and have energy to go party. And it's like, I don't know what it is about these big events, but some couples, they get together and they act like they're built for it, but they don't like seeing their other person out there getting attention from other people, especially in the professional world. This isn't like you're going to be in a room full of random people. You're going to be in a room full of beautiful, successful, good-looking, charismatic people. If you have an insecurity issue, it's going to be times 1,000 hanging around situations like the Toronto Film Festival. And I really don't like to compare different situations, but I'm just like, damn, what is this about the Toronto Film Festival? Like causes couple drama. Like
the vibe, it's not passing the vibe check.
Don't bring your boo to the Toronto
To the
Film
Toronto
Festival
Film
with you.
Festival, because that would be the sure demise of your relationship. Note to self.
Like magic called security. That's exactly what it is.
That's exactly it.
No tracker. I don't wear makeup either. I have on some colored lip gloss today, but I don't wear makeup either. I get it. You see, Kat barely wears any makeup. Pam is not dragged out. She has lipstick and a little bit of, I don't know if it's foundation or what, but we're not contouring here. Okay, I get it, but I will have someone do my makeup if I'm going to a special event. I'm not showing
just the hair. Just make it look like I didn't just get done getting done.
Right. And at the end of the day, we're talking celebrities. I'm not going anywhere where there's celebrities looking like a bag lady. There's absolutely no chance of that happening. No, I'm not going to look like, I just reinvented myself. but I want to look nice. I want to look better than I do now.
And especially if you knew that this is important because you're talking about a certain step in someone's career, and you go to an event like that. That's a stepping. So this is my makeup, almost no makeup look. But if I'm going to something like that, my face, like you said, I'm gonna get somebody to beat my face to the
I'm
goal.
beating my face. No, I'm not going to look like a totally different person, but I'm definitely going to look way better than this. I'm not going anywhere near a celebrity event like this. Like I'm the help. Like there's no way.
Of course, I'm sassy.
And then I'll get home and wash it all off. But
Right.
yeah, I'm not gonna, go.
As soon as this stream is over, baby, the face routine it picks up.
Oh
The
yeah,
washing,
I'll be right back to it.
all of that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a time and a place.
Well, and don't forget, she claimed those toiletries as lost, damaged. Like she claimed expensive
$200.
toiletries, like someone that has an actual routine for things.
Right.
Yeah, see, and that actual routine thing, I know a lot of people poofed on that, but for someone that does wear and stuff like that, if you had all of the stuff that you said that you had across your face and your neck, scratches and stuff like that, as soon as you would have put that toner on with that little alcohol or whatever's in that toner, you would have felt that. And I've said that before, but a lot of guys don't get that. They're like, makeup, poof. But if you're listening to someone talk about a makeup routine and putting on makeup and taking off makeup, you've got to figure out, is it alcohol based? Is it oil based? Is it water based? What did you use on your face? Because if you had all of these different things, as soon as you to put that toner on there with that alcohol in there, baby, even if you wax or something like that, you put toner on your face, that stuff will sting. So those things may not sound important, but for someone who wears makeup, it's an important distinction. It's one of those minutia things that we think about that, again, like I said, it's just that little bitty thing. But if someone would have pressed that, I think if she would have pressed it in a different way.
I think she knew. We saw the vitamins in the bathroom shelf, and then we finally saw Lucero's body cam, who took more of a vantage point. He looked around the bathroom more. We only saw, like, if you look at that Lucero body cam, the medicine cabinet is like a circle-shaped mirror window that opens outward. And it's open in a way where the mirror is facing where the closet door is. But he careens, he walks up, and you can see him holding the camera out in front of the open medicine cabinet door. But he never careens and turns around in a way that it shows what's in that circular-shaped medicine cabinet.
Right.
Let me ask you something from that vantage point. Could she have been using that mirror to see who was coming and going from that vantage point?
Great point.
Right. So she knew when to play dead.
Yeah, if she was laying down, the mirror would have been right behind her head.
Right.
But she heard him too. But she heard him, but then she didn't hear anything.
Right. Just absolute insanity.
And why were you passed out? Yeah. Because that's in that whole thing, the only thing that I think that I really, if there was something that I wanted to have come in that didn't come in, I do understand the arguments and stuff like that. But I really do think that those text messages that she did that night, those 766,321 that she sent out, trying to get the attention. See, no one ever mentioned, because you hear the 911 call. Why? That's the only little thing that kicks
based
and
on
bothers
text
me.
I received,
because
or
of the fact that the 911 call was precipitated because he had the text messages showing that she had made reference to pruning herself from the timeline, and how all of that got poof. So when you were talking about the blue pills, you were trying to make it seem like, oh, they were just over the counter. It doesn't matter if they're over the counter or not. You take anything, too much of anything, and you can prune yourself from the timeline.
Oh yeah, take a whole bottle of Tylenol PM, and it's you checking out a hotel life. So it's not even, it doesn't matter if it was over the counter. The question is,
You
how
can
much
you can
did
have
you
like
pay?
a sudden liver issue. It's so easy. You know, people
So
don't
easy.
think about it, but you drink certain herbal teas. You hear about all these good herbal supplements that people sell
Mhm.
online, their little Instagram business. But a lot of those things, we all ignore okay, your chamomile hasn't been rated by the FDA, who cares? But some of those
Mhm.
herbal
Thank you.
teas, the mixtures can trigger if you're also taking like a Tylenol,
Oh
something with
yeah.
acetaminophen. It can also trigger I don't know. HDL is not that's like cholesterol stuff, right? But there's something in your liver that can be triggered by that type of stuff.
Oh yeah.
Just by things that you
Absolutely.
might do on the daily
Liver
basis just
failure.
to deal
You
with
can go into
cramps
liver
or
failure.
Oh
And
yeah.
that's and
I
then
thought
to
I
come
was.
in. I was
Mm-hmm.
just saying, what QT1 said, to come in after you have had several drinks,
Oh,
even
right.
if you can hold your liquor, then you start mixing those with pills, and whatever it is you're mixing or anything like that, your liver could have just
Shut down.
and nobody
Eh,
knew she was vaping at with strangers that she met, which, you
mhm.
know, like you could we don't have to assume that there's anything wrong with she could have grabbed a fully normal joint, a fully normal vape. But at the same time, you do not know.
You don't know what you're taking in.
You
Right.
do
And it
not
was way
know.
more than 9 drinks though, Tracker. Way more.
yeah.
Right.
'Cause she said she
Um,
had 6 there, and then she had the 3 before she, when she was a runner, she was a track star. So
mhm. And I mean, I'm once again, full transparency. I'll give you a real life example. I went to the ER for unrelated issue, but of course, in checking everything, they checked my liver and even did a liver, I guess, ultrasound, or maybe it was an ultrasound of my whole abdominal area, but they checked the liver as part of that. And this was like 7 years ago. And they came to me and was like, oh, and did blood work as well. And they were like, oh, do you drink? And I said, no, I don't drink at all. They were like, okay, because we got your liver enzymes are really high. They were like, then if you don't drink, then it's non-alcoholic fatty liver. And I was like, what? How do you get a non-alcoholic fatty liver? I don't drink. And turns out I was, though, at the time taking Tylenol PM. And when I was pregnant with my 2 girls, all I took was Tylenol because that's all you can take. So from that all the way up to that point, and at that point they were like maybe 10 and 6 respectively age-wise. I had just taken Tylenol, and that's what caused it. So needless to say, I no longer take Tylenol. I did a liver cleanse as soon as I found that out, stopped taking the Tylenol, and lo and behold, my liver enzymes went back to normal. Same thing happened again, but it was really high when I got my tattoos done. And I'm like, why are my liver enzymes off the chart again? Heavy metals in the tattoos. So, and in your body, because I have a really big one, like here, you can kind of see it through the shirt and all the way back here. And the ink, the heavy metals in that ink, it takes a while to process through the liver. And it just so happened that a week after I got the tattoo, I had to get blood work done. And same thing, it came back super high and off the charts high. And I was like, yeah, I think it's the tattoo. So we waited a couple more weeks, did it again, and it was normal again.
It has
So
cumulative effects. Because
yes,
if
it
your
has
levels take time to get back
to
down, but if you keep stacking up
stabilize.
with daily behaviors, it keeps staying up. That's why they tell you to space out certain medications,
Mhm.
even certain sports drinks that are really amping you up, creatine powders. You're not supposed to just drink that all day.
And
But what do
right,
you do when you're hungover and have a headache? What do people look for? They
Tylenol,
want strong painkillers. So if your
painkillers.
body still has alcohol in it, if
right.
you have enough to have a hangover and you wake up with a hangover, you're not 0% blood alcohol content level. And then you're
Mhm.
grabbing something like this is like, guys, please don't try to take pills with alcohol. You can
Right.
do it once. You can do it once and it won't make a difference. But the problem is it's cumulative. You think, oh, I did it once, it didn't affect me.
In the
You won't
face.
know it affects you until you have to work it way back and try to reverse it.
Right. You
But
have to
we
try
know
to
Grace
track
Jabari
it.
was looking for stronger painkillers when her head hurt.
So we've established that she likes painkillers, and we all know that opioids they will they will tear your liver up.
Drinking to the point, drinking until you exhaust yourself and knock out, fall asleep, wake up with a hangover, start your day by taking a painkiller, wait till you can start drinking again. So you're doing that all day.
Yeah. Yeah. And so you definitely, if you are a drinker, if you do take prescription medications, all that stuff is hard on your liver. If you get tatted, I like tattoos. No, I'm not a biker babe. I won't be having, sleeves and, none of that. But I do like tattoos. But you must know that with the first month or so after you get them done, it's going to mess with your liver. So you should probably get a liver cleanse. Same thing, weight loss. Right. I did lose weight. All that stuff. Go to the gym. All that stuff affect. We always go off topic, right? So now we're over here talking about livers. Okay, but
have a living trust and take care of your liver, people.
Do the occasional liver cleanse. The one I like is I do sublingual drops for like, I think 30 days. A 30-day sublingual drop thing I do once every quarter or so. Just, all that stuff, especially if you take a lot of medications, whether it be necessary or because you have, pain or whatever, and you take Tylenol or ibuprofen, you definitely need to be cleansing your liver periodically, because if you do drink, that just compounds the issue, and can lead to other stuff. Yes. Yep. Tylenol. And if it was a blue pill, it might have been Tylenol PM, because those are blue. Especially when you don't have a job. Yeah, you can stay zooted up all day spending money on a guy's American Express when you don't have a job.
Her goal was to be wine mom Mrs. Majors.
Exactly. Pills and booze. That's what you do all day.
And shout out to my wine moms. Wine moms are fun, but just, don't cycle between drinking lots of wine and drinking or taking Tylenol to deal with headaches from it.
Right. Or any of those. Right. Naproxen, all that stuff.
Moderation.
From stress as well. Okay, well, now I can't say it was stress, because I'm pretty, laid back. And again, like I said, with my spiritual beliefs, I kind of just let it go in the ether. And I'm like, whatever it's going to be, it's going to be. But yeah, stress, weight, things like Tylenol, Motrin, naproxen. If you take too much of it, meaning more than once a week or so, and you're just like popping them every day, 3 or 4 hours, every 3 or 4 hours. Exactly, Tracker. I mean, but it's all fun, right? I don't ride bikes. No, I'm afraid of motorcycles. I lost 3 friends on motorcycles. I'm not messing with it, but
local Barksy.
From Trader Joe's. Trader Joe, yeah, exactly. Wine mother, not white. Oh, wine mother. Okay, so she corrected it, but it could be.
It worked both ways.
2 things can be true at the same time. All right, let's go back to the timeline, because we just always go off the rails. I don't know. Sorry, my dog's barking. So if you hear him,
there have been wine involved at this September red carpet thing, the Toronto Film Festival. So wine could have been related. We don't know.
Yeah, because she seems like she does. Well, we already know that she likes to drink, so that's a foregone conclusion.
Her eyes she doesn't like to waste, because that testimony. We opened the bottle and I didn't want to waste it. Like, girl, that is straight alcoholic 101.
Right, and we'll get to that soon. Exactly. I don't want to waste it. Like what? You're not poor like us. We don't have to, conserve wine because we don't want to waste $5. I'm sure you could afford to waste that bottle, Grace. Okay, this dog is driving me nuts. Let me text. Why is he barking like that? I'm sorry. I don't know if you can hear it, but it's driving me nuts, and I hate when he barks like that. It absolutely. You hear him?
It peeked through like 1-2 times, but I think your mic is
like
canceling out most of the background noise.
Somebody just got. What the heck? All right, somebody must be in the garage. I don't know. It might be my neighbor or my kid. Yeah, because they keep texting me. Somebody's moving on my street, and they know that I like to get things, and so they keep texting me. You want this? You want that? So they might be going in and out of the garage, and he's He's barking. Okay, so September 22nd, we already know this is the whole incident where the Coretta tape was recorded. He asked her to leave after everything kind of culminated. He was like, peace out, get out of here, threw her stuff out. She did eventually leave.
And
Fast forward,
she described she was chasing, like following him around the house into different
Right.
rooms, up and down the stairs, back up the stairs, down the stairs.
Right. And then they were arguing about some broken, was it a broken necklace or something? And
She texted in that last text, the "it's just fake" text. There is one.
Mhm.
I don't know why you would think that I would break your necklace.
Right. So that was a whole brouhaha that culminated, I think, between the 21st and the 22nd of September, or maybe the 22nd and the 23rd of September.
Two-day fest. It was a 2-day fight.
It was a 2-day throwdown. So it started with her coming home drunk with the other girl named Grace, basically embarrassing him in front of his trainer.
Wait, it was her other friend Grace? There's another Grace that's in their crew on Instagram.
Well, the girl that she got drunk with at the pub in London's name was Grace. I don't know where she came
that's one
from.
of her like long-term friends. There's a
Okay.
Gracie. There's another Grace.
So that's her. That was her that ended up having to leave with the trainer once the food got there. So then that started the whole thing with the Coretta thing, the text about her head, the
headphones.
The headphones where she claimed that he met her at the park and stomped on the headphones. Him throwing her out with her stuff, her actually leaving. Yeah, 9/22 is the day of the text. I'm not sure if it's the same day as the Coretta tape, but it was that same 48-hour period.
The 19th of September is like the night of the drunk pub friends. Let me see if I can September it real quick.
So this was all after the Toronto Film Festival. So this is why we're all feeling like
September 19th is the headphones. So September 18th into 19th is pub friend coming home and getting kicked out of the house.
Okay, so that's another point in our timeline that I should have added. Okay, so remember, September 13th was the Toronto Film Festival where she looked like she should not have even been there. And I'm going to keep pushing that point because if only a few days later all hell breaks loose, that didn't just happen overnight. This has been, y'all have been kind of staticky for a minute. You didn't just wake up 3 days later and he's pissed off about you coming home drunk. You know, he does whatever to the headphones.
He's asking you to be more like Coretta. And then like 5 days before that, 13th you said is the photo, right?
Yeah, 13th.
So like 9 days. 9 days after that photo where she's looking post-coital or maybe disheveled, who knows, we have the you need to be like working upwards with me, lady.
Right. So this was all, so now we have more
He really asked her to be a better power couple 9 days after they have that horrible picture couple.
Right.
He probably had that picture in his mind on September 22nd.
Like, do you realize how you were looking at the Toronto Film Festival? Like, so Kat, the Coretta Obama tape was what date you say?
Oh, let me double check on the recording.
So keep in mind, September 13th, red carpet picture. Don't know.
September 19th.
Okay, so September 19th, they were already back home. The festival ended on the 18th. I don't know if they stayed the whole 5.
So September 18th, she's out with drunk friends. He's home training. September 19th, they have the headphones and Coretta Scott King audio. So the day after, whatever. She's obviously still over at the house or whatever, and she couldn't explain that in her testimony. She was very confusing about how she ended up back over at the house, and she left but then came back. But yeah, so I guess that same day, it seems like now I'm thinking that's all on the 19th. She was in and out of that house, then came back because she was talking to her friend and tried to record. That all happened in 24 hours.
Right? Like,
why don't you bring your friend back with you when you weren't out drunk?
This is just a few days of just theatrics.
Basically. Basically.
But you didn't notice that this relationship was probably doomed, right? Right. The headphones he probably paid for, so hey.
Well, not for nothing, but if he has someone looking at like the Lipstick Alley, that picture was probably, if not posted the same day, probably posted the day after.
Mhm.
That one of them looking disheveled, you know. So a few days later, he's probably thinking like, I'm on the internet looking a hot mess with this girl that people are now realizing I'm in a relationship with, and I'm not in a relationship with, and now this makes October 11th so much funnier. What we're about to get to.
Because this is where this is my point. So this is a full 6 months and a couple of weeks before March 25th, and you still, McFly, you still don't get that this is not working out, sis. Like you, but holding on for dear life, right? Yes, we're doing investigative journalism with receipts. Yes, we are. Let's see, Callie. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, there were two. That her and her friend.
Grace and Gracie.
Someone posted spot on if he wasn't in fake trouble. I'm not sure what that means, Hazel. Go ahead, Pam. You said Grace and Gracie.
Grace and Gracie.
She calls herself Gracie too. So yeah. Denise, no, he wasn't saying the necklace was fake. He was saying in the text he was referring to, was it Kat? Because I'm information overload right now. He was saying it's all fake, the suicide.
No, they didn't. So it's just fake is the first thing under a block of tons of it's all blocked off.
That we
the first thing you're able to see is it's just fake. And the only additional context we have is from the Good Morning America video. He's like, I thought everything was good. We had broken up, but then we talked about it. And so she came over, she stayed the night. We woke up in the morning. I thought everything would be good. Everything was fine. And so I looked at my phone, and they cut out the whatever it would have been that she was blasting off to him.
That was about the head thing, right? The text about her head or whatever. And
no, that was further down.
No,
that was another
that was the same
that incident.
String.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. Yeah. So okay. So so October 11th. So again, this is what 2.5, 3 weeks after the whole thing in London, where he eventually tells her, "Peace out, you gotta go," and she goes. He has an interview with Men's Health magazine, and on Twitter, and that's in part 1 of the ticking timeline. I post a screenshot. The actual reporter, she tweeted that after the interview, Majors contacted her and said that he was very single. Okay.
That was
such
very
a funny timeline.
So
that was very intentional.
Oh yeah, because you knew she's going to see it, and it was tweeted. It was tweeted. And why did you go back? And you know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Maybe they were talking about something else. And
he's giving this interview knowing that picture was out there of them at the Toronto Film Festival. Mm-hmm. So then he does this major interview, and it seems like he was like, oh my God, while the question came up in his head, he's probably like, because he knows Grace Jabari is sticking to him, trying to make sure the relationship keeps working. There's already indications up to this point. They've dated for about a year. They've known each other about a year at this point. And there's multiple indications that there's been separations. Do not forget that in June 22nd through 26th of 2022, when she is at the Glastonbury Festival, she tries to make it seem like he was controlling and latching onto her and like basically trying to smother her while she was trying to be at this festival she goes to every year with her friends. But then she flubs, she trips up on her own words because she testifies that he gave her radio silence for days. She couldn't even quantify the amount of days that it was.
Right.
He stopped talking to her at the end of June. Then we get to July. They spend some time together. She does that I love you so much. Then they're breaking up again during this multi-day fight. Then they get back together one morning, and there's a weird text message thing. Then in October, he finally goes, I am single, because the whole internet sees him with this hot mess. And he's like, the
And they're
personality isn't worth dealing with this.
Right. Poor thing.
Timelines.
I mean, and you know what? No. Backtrack. But you want to know something? We're actually doing a public service to all you young men out here.
correct.
And women. And y'all just can't get a hint. And it's no fault of your own, because a lot of how we process relationships is based on who we were raised by and what they taught us. A lot of us, didn't necessarily have father figures in our lives. Even if you had a father in the house, a lot of times fathers are hands off. They just come in, drop the money off, go back to work. A lot of them are not involved in teaching us as girls how to navigate relationships. My daughters, they have that. Thank God. I tell them from a woman's perspective, but you need to hear it from a man's perspective too. If he does this, that's what this means. If he says that keep it moving. If he don't, do not cast your pearls before swine. They have that. Thank God. Because I can only say but so much. I don't want to project my own insecurities onto them. I don't want to project my own damage onto them. So I'm glad that they have a man that can say, this is not right. I get it. You love this person. You're in love with this person, but this is a sign. You need to keep it moving. You know what I mean? Or put him on ice, or dial it back a little bit, so that you don't get hurt,
Yeah. And you also have to understand that I talk about authenticity all the time. We as women will love who we think a man is supposed to be or is going to be, instead of loving the man that you see. And that's where you get caught up,
Can't
because
love potential.
you can't love potential, and you can't love who you think this person should be. If you marry a police officer, you know that police officers at some point are going to put themselves in some kind of danger. You can't marry the police officer thinking, oh my gosh, he's such a hero, and then get mad because he goes to work.
Right.
Those things don't match up. You can't, you have to see who that person is and figure out if what he does, does it hit your red flag or your non-negotiables? If it does, we as women have to understand, stop with this scarcity mentality, thinking that, oh, if I don't get a man, or if I don't have this man by this age, that's scarcity mentality. And that's why a lot of women are in relationships for over a long time with people who they really aren't compatible with, but they're scared because women are trained to believe that if you don't have a man, your life is a certain way.
Right.
Anybody, whether you're male or female, woman or man, girl or boy, however it is you identify, everyone should be bringing value to your life. You should be sacrificing everything of who you are, what you do. You shouldn't be doing those types of things. And this is just a hint of like this relationship. If you should be able to say enough is enough and it be enough. I saw somebody say earlier that she's a linger and a clinger. I would probably agree with that, because there's a lot of us that linger and cling on to something that we know that's not working.
Right. And I think a lot of it too is that we're programmed to think that by a certain age you have to have this, that, and the third. And that was true, in earlier generations, even in mine, being a late model Xer. I'm going to keep saying that because I'm a late model. Okay. You get taught, oh, you got to have a baby by this time. I was in my 20s when I had my first kid, right? Because once you hit a certain age, you're not going to be able to have kids anymore, or it's going to be harder, or, you're going to be an old mom, or, this, that, and the third. So you get like, oh my God, I gotta, you know what I mean?
Right.
And sometimes, it's all relative. I just feel like as men, you need to be And I get it. If you're a nice guy, you don't want to like hurt somebody. You still want the best for them. You still want them to, you want to be okay with them, be friends with them. You want to kind of clean it, cut it off clean. Sometimes you can't. Sometimes you got to be like, look, this is it. This is done. No mixed messages. It's over.
Right.
You know what I mean? Sometimes you might need to do it in the form of an intervention. Have other people around that can kind of, help you do it. Maybe their best friend. Be like, hey, can you come over here and sit with me? I need to unload this chick.
Always break up with a
clear.
woman in public. Always break up with a woman in public. Break up with a woman around people who she respects, and break up with a woman around people that you respect. Do not break up with a woman in private, because she's not going to register that is a breakup.
Right. And then heaven forbid.
Well, and that if you reverse
you
a
have
breakup
sex
in
with her, it's
private,
over.
it's easy to revert. Yeah, it's like easy to there's too much. You're too close physically if you're like cohabitating together, or you like have keys to each other's apartment. But then there's the other issue of like, if you don't tell somebody else that this breakup's happening, you don't need to deal with the shame of, oh, we got back together. It's like some people are fine breaking up and getting back together and everyone can know about it. But a lot of people don't want to break up with someone publicly and then get back together with someone. So that kind of like public knowledge, or at least one person knowing, gives you some accountability. Could give both individuals accountability to stay separated, and that could end up being healthy. You guys can both work on yourselves and then maybe come back together down the line, but you wouldn't be able to get to that if you don't take this time to figure yourselves out. And I was staring off into space because I pulled up the other Grace. They weren't isolated. She came to New York City. She came on the Mariah Carey Manhattan trip, and she looks like a very fun pub friend. I sent it in the private chat. But these are just like real people that don't really have anything to do with this. But it shows, the context shows that even though Grace Jabari isn't letting these tagged photos be shown on her Instagram, they're out there, and she was able to continue partying with these same people she claimed to be isolated from.
Right. It's bull. You got to use the trigger words to make things sound worse than what they really are, right?
Yeah.
But the moral of the story is, if you need to break up with somebody that you know is not going to go down easy, you probably need to do it in a public place with one of your friends, one of her friends, so that everybody's on the same page and there's no confusion, regardless of what the boo-hoo crying and everybody's hearing and seeing the same things, so that there's no questions, Thank you, Caliber, for the super chat. Yes, she did take his kindness for weakness. And a lot of people, kindness for weakness, his predisposition for depression or sadness or isolating, or, she knew the trigger points and she would push them and then used it against them when she realized that the relationship was going down the tubes. She started documenting all of his weak points so that she could use it as, ammunition against them. And she did. Thank you, Black Girl Magic. Alabama. I don't know what this was about, Tracker, because these quotes, these comments are going on.
Where's it laid?
Yeah, I'm missing context here. Would you want to get to a psycho gentleman? Maybe because he's a little too churchy, but he was a rising star.
Too churchy for Tracker.
Well, I'm a churchy type too. Now, I'm not the 4-day-a-week type church person. I prefer a 90-minute, Saturday session. But
like that distinction, because that's two different lifestyles. The 4 days a week and 90 minutes, as you say, it's two different lifestyles.
4-day-a-weeker. I'm a recovering Pentecostal. Recovering, almost like you have to recover from that kind of life. Let go of, not psycho. Okay, got you. Okay, would you want to let go of a gentleman like Jonathan Majors? Right, exactly, because he's truly a nice guy, above and beyond. And I think most people.
We're gonna start selling merch, and it's just going to be Post-its with
sticky note on the fridge on the shelf where she keeps her.
We're done.
Probiotics.
We're done.
Oh man!
Or stick it on her 200. Or stick it on the liquor bottle. Stick it on her favorite liquor bottle and be like, I'm out. Nice knowing you. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, he was funding her life. He was at the end of the relationship, the actual
Yeah.
end, he was funding her life. She said that.
He was even
let's
funding
see.
her exit because, like, her tickets, her trips, or like her career was funded. He's helping pay for
Everything.
her tax liens, paying for her travel. And
Mhm.
if you ask me, I don't know what his tax situation's like, but unless he's stupid, he can't just go and expense work expenses that aren't his work expenses. So it's not
Right,
like he can even get a write-off for that type of thing.
right. Unless he attributed
But she
to
had like a
helping.
20,000 pound tax bill, right?
That's insane. Ain't no way in hell. Ain't 20,000 pounds worth of coochie on this planet.
I mean, that's what
That
in
would have
American
somebody.
dollars. That's almost what 27, almost 26, $27,000.
In
How
US,
do you
yeah.
amass a tax bill like that?
Probably not paying because when you work on, I guess they have the same system we got. If I were a movement coach, I'd be 1099. When I do my real estate stuff, that's 1099. So if you don't report that 1099 income, or you do and you owe and you just never pay it, you don't, come up with a payment plan or whatever with the IRS, it's just going to be lingering over your head.
Well, that's the problem too, because that 20K would be income for her if it was being paid. She'd have to also treat that as income.
Right. Well, I don't know. If he paid it off for her. So
Yeah.
like that, let's say the only thing you ever work on is 1099. So either you don't report it and your employer does, and the IRS catches on and then sends you a notice saying that ABC Corporation reported that they paid you $60,000 and you failed to report it.
But
You
the
owe
bank
us.
will report it. It doesn't even need to be the company. The bank will say this is everything pinged over a certain amount, or multiple repayments that accumulate to a certain amount.
Now they will. Or you did report it. TurboTax says you owe 20 grand, and you like, I'm a file, but I'm not paying that shit. And then the IRS sends you a letter. Oh yeah, TurboTax just transmitted your return, and you owe us 20 grand. If you don't call them and set up a payment plan or whatever, you get interest and penalties, just like anything else.
She never should have gotten to that point because, guys, as far as I'm aware, her type of work, she was always freelancing. She was never an employee of a dance studio.
Here.
So for years, and she described herself as freelancing, didn't she? So she knows that same language. So it's not like she just, I quit my job and moved to New York City, January 2023, and I don't have to figure out how to do this freelance thing. No, she's been doing it for years. So if you have enough income where you're expecting a tax bill and you have to hit someone up like, oh my God, help, I need to pay for this, you don't just not know that that's on the horizon. Right. Especially if you're in if you get into the whole start your own business, be a business boss, and you don't really realize what that's cut out, because everyone pitches start your own business. It's not cake and gravy. But if you're freelancing for 6 years, you know, and like I said,
I don't know what the tax laws are in UK. It could very well be US taxes, because remember, she worked on Ant-Man. She worked on a couple of US productions. So I don't know if they were paying her in British money. They might have been paying her from a United States pay. You see what I'm saying? That's like if I go over to England and work, I'm going to get England pay, taxes.
Because productions, don't they form their own LLC production and they pay people from that? So that would have been an American company, correct?
It would have been American money, right? Just like how you have people that go over to. Go ahead.
I wonder what the implications are of that, because a lot of there's an 180-day type thing for the United, because now you have to deal with taxation laws in 2 different countries, right? She's physically working in London filming on Ant-Man,
but it's a US
and
company.
if it's not a separate production payroll that's paying her as a contractor there, there could be a second issue. And then I don't think she lived for 180 days in the United States, but then that could become a separate issue. But in any case, if she's coming up with a 20K that's late, this is something that they were only dating for a year, so she was accruing. She was not paying for anything from the time that she met him. Right. She was blowing all her money on other stuff. Any of her income that she made that year, she blew away. She blew away. It's like an iguana in a tank that grows to the capacity. She spends all of her stuff and then is rolling everything she wants onto his credit card or living with him, not paying any rent. She didn't pay rent anywhere she stayed with him.
Nope.
She gave up her rent bill, or she was living with friends. That wasn't her own flat. She was staying with someone else.
I don't know if you consider coochie payments as payments, but I mean...
And people out here... Technically, that could be income, taxable.
Yeah, you know, depends on how generous you are. Haheem says the law we practice here is called Old English law, so they are very similar still to this day.
Okay.
All right, so yeah, I mean, I'm positive that he said he does not know anything. I'd like to know that we could be clarity.
Yeah.
Piece about it exactly. Because everything happened so fast. We already know he didn't do that. She did that to herself. You need to have a bank account that is connected to a British address.
That was my point. That type of tax bill had to be almost at least a couple of years in the making.
Oh, it's a few years because I don't think she was making enough to owe $20,000 in taxes. You know how much income you'd have to make to have that kind of tax bill?
Well, she was doing like stints in with like Gap. She was doing ads for 7 for All Mankind. I don't know if that was the year before, but assuming it was from the prior tax year that it was time to file for, and she needed to come up with, paying the taxes she never withheld or paid. I don't know if you have to pay quarterly when you're your own business in the UK, but I think someone said in another stream that was from England it would be about £100 for it was like a 20% type rate.
Oh, okay. So that's the tax.
Yeah, and that too.
Right. Because she lied about $200 in toiletries that didn't exist and clothing that she didn't even have damaged. She'll easily lie about a $20,000 tax bill, right?
And that's that type of money where correspondence and people looking for you and garnishing wages
and levying bank account. Yeah, because the IRS is not going to let you chill out on 20 grand, maybe 2,000, 5,000. But once you get into 5 figures, they coming for you.
Yeah, that 2,000 will rack up enough penalties to where you may owe up to $10,000-$15,000 because you hadn't paid it. But that just seems like a big tax bill. Not to say that she couldn't have accrued it, but I'm just saying that doesn't seem like anything that you accrued during a relationship and then to make somebody else responsible
during that term.
Yeah.
Right. And that might have been why he was trying to pay it off too, because remember, she was trying to get a work visa in the United States. And I'm sure they looked at all that.
So imagine living like party life. You're going on vacations with your friends. Your friends are being paid to come fly with you. You still blow through all your money. And then you get a pro bono top ranked attorney to help represent you. Well, because you falsely accuse your ex of intentionally abusing you.
That's that taker mindset, that entitlement, that no.
I know if you have a high child support bill, it's difficult for you to get licenses in some states.
Oh, no, they will suspend your license. They will suspend your license. They will suspend your passport. You go in that airport, you're getting snagged right at TSA. So, yeah, they don't play here in the United States when it comes to child support. And
I'm not sure that they would take away your passport if you owe taxes, would they?
That I don't know. I've never had that.
Thank
God. Never been in that predicament, but I think it would be hard to get a work visa though, especially if it's IRS. And I think it's IRS. I don't think it's British taxes. I think it was American taxes because she did a lot of American projects. Yeah, her parents seemed like they weren't very pleased with her. They did not look impressed at all. During her entire testimony, they were like, no emotion. They just was sitting there like, oh my God, this child.
Her parents and her sister are attorneys.
Yeah, they are. I don't know how good of attorneys they are. I mean, attorneys are a dime a dozen. That doesn't mean they're millionaires. I mean, clearly, if she's a freeloader, maybe they're not. Because she seems to have made a big deal out of everywhere that they lived, as if she's never lived anywhere nice. And she even said that when she referred to the place they stayed during Pubgate. This was the most beautiful house I've ever seen. So I'm just like, you got 2 lawyer parents and a lawyer sister, and y'all never lived anywhere
She
that
littered
nice.
it with her unused, unpacked suitcases, and
Right,
we saw how she had that penthouse looking.
right. Just dirty. So I mean, they might have just been average run-of-the-mill attorneys or whatever they call them out there, solicitors or whatever you call them. They might not have been those big, high-rolling attorneys. Because a lot of them are just glorified paralegals.
Well, the sister probably does like business law. She probably works for a big company.
Right. A company, right.
Who paid for them to come to the United States for the trial? Was that something that
The DA's office.
DA.
Every witness that came on the stand, the defense made sure to ask, was your flight, hotel, per diem meals paid for by the prosecution?
You think they paid for the parents as well?
Probably, but they didn't take the stand, so there's no way to know. But everybody that came on the stand, they paid for it. Flights, hotel, and per diem, like their meals. They had, I guess, got reimbursed for their meals. Yeah. Somebody said, the universe says they raised that fool. Embarrassing. Yeah, and it's probably one of many things, right? Because the defense did bring up the fact that, and it got objected to, but the defense did bring up the fact that they had an issue with her drinking. So she probably is just like,
about the ex-boyfriend. The parents probably were aware of the ex-boyfriend.
Oh, of course. An ex-boyfriend, pruning himself from the timeline. And I'm sure that was a really bad relationship anytime he checked out of the planet over it. So, it's all relative. But yeah, they did not look like concerned parents would look, or they just were like the whole time. Like, I can't believe that I'm here. And then, like I said, toward the end, they didn't even show up at all.
Well, she has an unusual, how Cat Williams says it, she has an unusual approximation to people who either threaten or have pruned themselves from the timeline.
Right. And I feel like, okay, do you guys remember that girl? Okay, again, we're off topic again. But do you guys remember the girl? I want to say it's somewhere in New England that her boyfriend suffered with depression and she talked him into killing himself.
All those texts. Yeah, I just saw that.
That girl with that really big mega mind head. She was really funny looking. Yeah, remember that? You don't remember that trial? And they actually convicted her of it.
I just saw that movie. It's on Hulu. The movie is on Hulu. I just saw that maybe like a couple months ago. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Right.
And she kept texting him.
Yeah, she kept calling him a coward. Why don't you just kill yourself? Just do it. Yada, yada, yada. I kept thinking of her when Jonathan finally confirmed that he suffered with depression and that he, that it since childhood and this, that, and the third. And I'm positive he told her that. Obviously, there were text messages to that extent. And I feel like she was that kind of person, not necessarily telling him to do it, but doing things to get him to feel that way. You know what I mean? Because clearly she's highly manipulative, and somebody's
poking and prodding and flagging the flames.
Right, because what's going to get him to go off the deep end.
If you get someone depressed and stressed out and worn out and exhausted, they're not going to go leave the house and go do something else. They're going to stay up under you all day.
Up under you, right? Exactly. Denise says her parents were so happy she was able to snag majors and just waiting for her to mess up. Yep, and I'm sure they weren't happy with him being black either. That's another thing, but that we don't want to go off the deep end with that. But I'm positive they weren't pleased with that, just from a cultural standpoint. They're probably like, she didn't check off every box of being like the worst daughter ever, and now she gets this black boyfriend. That just, and now we're going to have to, deal with that.
So Flavio just sent me on Twitter, on X or whatever, this, I'm going to link you so you can get right to the tweet, or like he tweeted it.
Okay.
Just posted it. It's the IRS form for Sanctuary for Families, where the pro bono attorney came from for Grace Jabari. It's their IRS form for July 1st, 2021 to
Mhm.
June 30th, 2022. Their net assets or fund balances increased from 17 million to 27 million. Their
Mm.
contributions in that 1 year period went from 23 million to 32 million.
Hmm.
And remember, they do lobbying. They have to
Right.
file, they donate to a lot of the elected positions in New York City.
You see how that? You see that,
There's
right?
very important politics at play there.
Okay, I missed that. What was that about?
The sanctuary.
Flavio,
Yeah.
Flavio, go to your ex, Flavio. It's a public post that Flavio made.
You want me to put it up?
Yeah, pull it up. Look
Okay.
at, like, see the numbers for real, because when you see the numbers and there's all those commas, you're like, oh, well, there's the money talking.
Mm-hmm.
So it's in
Definitely.
the private chat if you want a quick link.
Oh, in our chat. Okay, got you.
Yeah, I put the link to his public tweet. So.
All right, hold on. Give me a second, because I've got so many daggone chats going on these things.
Oh, look at that.
Can you share your screen? I don't think
Yeah.
I got that one. He must have sent it. Did he send it to the group chat?
No, it's a tag. Let me
Oh.
see. Present.
Let me just double check. Oh, here it is. I got it. Okay,
You
it's
got
a
it? Okay.
tag. I thought you meant it was a chat, like a Okay, here we go. All right.
So
Okay.
the line 8, it's really like the first double column line is
Mhm.
yearly contributions, the contributions in a 12-month period. So from the previous year, which would be
Mhm.
2020 to 2021, July to the end of June,
Right.
was only 23 million. They made almost 10 million more. That's a huge percentage increase. That's almost 50% increase
50% increase in their
in a 1 year
donations.
period.
That's insane. Wow. Oh no, yeah, right. So 20.
Read the briefly describe the organization's mission and significant activities.
Right.
New York's leading
York's
service
leading
provider
service.
Leading service
and
provider.
advocate for survivors of domestic violence.
And they put out all those statements saying that they won that verdict. They secured that verdict for Grace Jabari. They put those PR statements and made their Instagram post. That was the Sanctuary for Families, SFFNY.
Mm-hmm. So that was their thing, their shtick. That was their money getter.
This organization helps get politicians elected in Manhattan, in New York, other places in New York. Then these cases go forward. They help appoint pro bono attorneys. The pro bono attorney she had was Ross Kramer. He was the one making the statements that the DA already told me, without even investigating what the NYPD detectives found, that there will be no legal repercussions whatsoever for my client, for Grace Jabari. So that's where Ross Kramer came from. He's like an important member of Sanctuary for Families. Well-esteemed attorney, honestly, like very good career record.
Right.
But she got him pro bono from an organization that's the leading provider and advocate for survivors of domestic violence. Grace Jabari gets all the bells and whistles. Why would someone that doesn't need the bells and whistles get the biggest platform and support from someone? Well, it's because the attention can help you increase your grants and funding every year.
Yeah.
And we'll go and donate $500, $1,000 to whatever. They donate to a lot of DNC candidates, guys, in New York. I don't know if I saw Alvin Bragg specifically, but it's all related.
Yeah, we got to dig deep into them too, because enough is enough. Like some things trigger you to be like, okay, yeah, we got to take down the whole machine, or at least try to, right? Or shed light on it, so people would be like side-eyeing them, give them the bombastic side eye every time. Every time they do something, and you're like, I don't trust them, right?
Yeah, because it's interesting how you knew that you were not going to be arrested. You knew because, like I said, little things, those minutia things always have my eyes twitching. How is it that you can just text the prosecutor? I just texted to see what was going on. Really?
Mhm.
How do you do that?
Right. And man, listen, we already off topic. I could go. Let me see what.
We're in January, right?
Yeah, now we're down to January. Oh, well, that's always the case, though. I mean, and I don't know, Kat, you can probably testify to this more than anybody because, again, we're not white. We were not raised white. We
I'm
don't.
all the way white.
Right. So, I don't know. Do you date interracially? Have you ever dated interracially?
Yeah, I've dated white and black men.
Okay. So obviously you're not that kind of person, but friends that you have had or acquaintances or people that you've known that were all the way white, that dated black guys, that they knew that the family was
Like a
not
Courtney Clenny.
okay, that knew that the family was not cool with that, but it's okay as long as they have something, right? Or they're willing to kind of look
Oh,
the
wait, you
other
have
way.
something like money or status, and all of a
Money,
sudden it can
status,
like it becomes acceptable. You can get more of a open arm to a family.
right. Have you seen that, or can you I guess confirm that that's a thing, or are we just speculating because we're not really rocking with
Well,
that?
I knew a lot of people that would like, because it could go two different ways, right? It could be the partner that you're dating that has the hesitations to even try to bring it up to the family. It could be
Mm-hmm.
the partner wants their family to accept somebody, but they know and the family has explicitly expressed like, oh, well, they say the name, like, oh, I'm dating a new person. What's their name? And you say the name, and it's like, well, that sounds like a certain ethnicity. Like, you get those
Mm-hmm.
cues from your parents,
John
and now you withdraw
Tavius.
and don't want to tell your parent. Like, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, Jonathan Majors may have been passable, right? That's kind of like a
Mm-hmm.
that's a biblical Jonathan. I don't know.
Yeah,
Um,
and then you wouldn't know. I mean, unless you knew who he was, you wouldn't right away think this is a black guy, right? Just like you see
yeah.
my name, you see Pam's name. It's generic. There's no way to know who it is until you actually hear them or see them, right?
Yeah, so I think
Um,
there's two sides of that, right? There's the when the partner's the one that has the hesitation and it might not even be founded or known. Like the parents have no awareness, they
mhm,
haven't spoken on it, but the person perceives that it would be an issue for
mhm.
maybe valid reasons or maybe just they feel shame about who they're dating, right? And that's very
Right.
different than someone loving the person that they're with and the family just happens to have their prejudice going into something and that partner feels like, well, no, this is who I'm dating. Like those are two very separate types of
Thing.
dynamics and honestly two different types of personalities, two different character sets.
Right.
But I mean I've heard countless of both examples, both
Mhm.
scenarios. So well, my
Yeah.
parents don't want to deal with us. They don't really speak to me anymore because of, and then you'll hear this specific story or.
Right. Right. And yeah, Iranian does make a difference, Black Girl Magic, because culturally, if they are staunch in terms of their culture, religion, whatever it is that they
Religious difference,
practice,
not even ethnicity, not even like skin color, not even like
none of
nationality
that.
differences. It could be religious.
Religious, because a lot, if they're Muslim, then they go by,
Because Priya asked that question, and did you pray with him? There
and
had to be
she tried
some
to
reason to
minimize
that
it down.
question.
Right. She had tried to minimize it. She asked if she knew if he was a Christian. And then she was like, have you prayed with him? And she minimized it down to saying grace at dinner. To try to, downplay. But if they follow Deen, which in the Muslim faith is strict rules in terms of who you marry, all the rules related to Islam. If they are Muslim, I don't know this, but they would expect her to follow Dean and any other person in the family, and that's way outside of. It would not be a black man whether he was Muslim or not.
Well, and even if you're very
And
like reformed and like the modernized style
mhm,
interpretations of a religion where it's not as quite as conservative or orthodox, you know, you still might be worried about the appearance, right? So if you're
mhm,
moving towards the fringe of a group, everyone here is a little bit more orthodox, you're more out here, you still want to maintain certain appearances and then obviously a huge cultural difference, something that would be
mhm,
like obvious. You see someone, they are clearly from another part of this world or practice a whole different culture. It's
mhm.
more difficult for you to bring them around because that appearance could signal something to the people you still want to be close enough to.
Right.
even though you
Right.
don't typically practice yourself.
Mhm.
So yeah, like what you're getting at could be the parents might not even need to be all that orthodox, but there could just be that, someone takes a family picture and we're all together at Christmas. People are going to ask questions. You never know.
But Tracker, we already established that Gracie was the black sheep of the family. So she was doing a lot of things that were not customary. She wasn't a lawyer like her sister, her mom, and her dad. She was a dancer. She's an alcoholic. And it was mentioned on Defense Cross that they had an issue with that, even though it was objected to and sustained. She clearly is dating a black guy. I'm positive that was not at the top of their, achievements for their kids. You know what I'm saying? So she's clearly the kid that doesn't follow the script. So, we can't really go by. And she, for the most part, she dressed, I don't think she had a style, with the exception of showing her non-boobs. So, I mean, I can't really say.
What she wore to court was a little. She
had on.
She's a little quirky in her style.
Yeah, very frumpy and quirky. Yeah, right. I mean, it just depends. I mean, she obviously did not wear a hijab or, none of that. They weren't those kind of Muslims. But I mean, even the ones that don't wear the garb, they still have certain rules for behavior and dress and, things like that. So I don't know. Like I said, I don't know if they're Muslim, but I'm just saying that to say, they spent the holidays before the incident, they spent with her family. I know somebody was asking about Thanksgiving at his mother's house. I don't think they ever did that. Right. I pray he gets rehired by MCU. Boho baggage lady vibe. Exactly.
Yeah, it's some kind of it's a quirkiness about it, because when I saw she, coming out, and also when you look at her coming out of the court and everything like that, when she came from her arrest, I did notice that she went from being this very bleachy blonde to this very dark-haired, almost appeared like a woman of color type.
I posted that the first day she came on the stand. I posted it. I said, "What?" And that's why I and a media source mistaked her sister for her, because her sister looked how she used to look, and then she came on the stand, dark hair, dark eyes, dark skin, and I was like, "Who's this?"
Yeah, because she was blue-eyed at one time. I thought she had blue eyes.
Yeah, but now they make contacts where they look real. So I don't know if the brown eyes are fake or the blue eyes are fake, but she had blue eyes in the Toronto Film Festival picture. So I don't know which one were, but she did not have blue eyes on the stand, unless she was drunk or high, because I did, again, full disclosure, I did date a Caucasian guy whose eyes were blue, but they would get dark. They would go from ice blue to from a distance not looking blue at all. And he would joke around, "It's because I'm on coke." And I would look at him like, "Are you?" And I did date a white guy that was on coke. So I'm saying that to say,
I think
he actually was on coke. Your pupils dilate, and so your eyes look dark.
You can't see the blue. Yeah,
right. You can't see the blue. It's just a rim of blue. So from a distance, they look dark. So who knows? She might have been on a booger sugar when she was on the stand. I have no idea. I'm reformed now. I have been reformed by mainly the political climate and, honestly, responsibility to my daughters, because I feel like, there's too much going on out there, and I'm sure Katt can attest to it. It's too much going on.
I used to work in nightlife. There's a lot going on out there.
Yeah, it's too much going on, and I feel like at this juncture in history that kind of dating it's going to cause more harm than good. It's unfortunate. This is just where we are historically. I don't know who you're dating now, Katt, so I cannot attest to what your experience is, but I know from a Black person's perspective, too much can go wrong now that we as Black people have to be careful. And it's unfortunate because you eliminate a lot of opportunities for love that way, but your freedom and your criminal history have to take precedence over your desire to be in a relationship.
Right.
Well, and
That
I
is
was gonna say
all,
there's
right?
always just expectations before it even gets into a relationship. Like
But you have
there's just that idea
expectations
of like,
until somebody gets upset, right? You can sit there all day, Kat, and say, I know you're a black man. I understand what goes on in America. And you know how if we go out on any
keeping
given
it
day,
Courtney Clenny,
and
Courtney
then the
Clenny on that
whole
podcast.
right. I mean, you saw the movie Get Out, right? We thought the girl was good. We thought she was cool when she defended him when they got pulled over before they got to his parents' house. And lo and behold, you know, so it's kind of like, you know, it's just
Sitting there, the mom was like ready to.
yeah, thing with the cup. Yeah, it's
You're
just,
fine. So glad you're finally here. We've been waiting for
I
this.
voted for Obama twice. Like, you know, all that. And then you still end up, you know, bent over a barrel. You know, so it's kind of like it's a rough thing to navigate now, and it's too much. And then it's
Y'all,
ahead,
let's
Pam,
go
I'm
back.
sorry.
Let's stop for a moment because Daisy has done some investigative work down here in the comments.
Okay, hold on,
And
wait, we gotta
we
go
need,
back.
we need to go
Hey, hold
back.
on, really?
Oh, are we looking
Whoa.
at like work
Go back up to where
testimonials,
she asked about
like
the
Glassdoor
$8,000.
reviews?
Yeah, go back
Hey
up to where
Daisy,
she
by the
asked.
way, I didn't know Daisy got here.
Yeah, I saw her come in, but I'm seeing. Okay, wait.
She had a little comment about where did they get the
Where did they
$8,000?
get paid? So we're
And
back at this. All right, we're back at this. So
yeah.
she says, where did they get the $8.8 million from? Then we get to, let me go back down. Hold on, there we go. Okay, so then she goes, some snippets. Programs are not effective because clients are cherry picked for them. The ideal client will always receive certain types of service while there's a glass ceiling.
This sounds like Glassdoor, like not like Trustpilot, like stuff like that. Like you know, where like people that used to
Yeah,
work there can come in and be like, "Listen, this was not gravy."
right.
So
Mm-hmm.
this is about this sanctuary for families. So they're cherry picking the people who they want to be the face of their company.
Right. Mm-hmm. And they didn't have enough options, so they picked Grossy Jabroni with the help of the
Well, I
VA.
don't think they even picked Jabari. I think they picked fighting against Jonathan Majors.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
So
and him being
I
the
know
big
she wants to wear
black
that as a
cat.
badge, but she wasn't the prize in the eyes of Sanctuary for Families. She was the means to the end.
Right. Exactly. And he didn't even get convicted of what they wanted him to get convicted of, so it didn't even work.
Supervisors and senior staff were more concerned with their and Sanctuary's image and accolades. I can see that, particularly if they're coming from predominantly rich families. They want to be seen as the heroes or the their image and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what's her next thing? See, then their clients with supervisor often berating staff along the way for their own personal gain. Come here to get abused by the same people. Oh, Daisy.
Wow.
Daisy is out here.
Tracker said Daisy for the homework. All right, so the next thing is there is no real DEI as they claim.
The board is filled with rich white folk, and the few POC are just there for them to say we bring in.
Right.
Oh,
the tokens, as my grandma would call them.
Oh, diversity.
Well, you know, you gotta hire one of each group so that you can say that you know you're representing or you know whatever, but then treat them like crap. Don't give them the good positions.
As traumatized people in need of rescuing, whose stories were material to be shaped for the sanctuary's narrative, rather than people who were experts in their own lives and cases.
Mm-hmm.
And see, this is the stuff we need. Y'all go to school for journalism 4 whole years, but
I'm gonna tell you, I've worked for media entities, and that's not what sells. We already know that. I'm not telling you anything, you know. But the thing is, these people are being told what to report. You don't have autonomy. You don't have the freedom to do it the way you want to do it. And if you do it the way you want to do it, You're liable to be blackballed. You're liable to not be given certain stories. You'll be sitting there doing the local cherry fest instead of doing, the real news. So you have to basically play it the way they want you to play it if you want to get the good stories. And that's unfortunate because your creative license is essentially snatched away.
Right. And that's why so many corporations are buying them up, because then, they can wrangle in the journalists from writing
right. Wrangle in the independent ones.
This is gone from the days. Again, I'm not the lower half of the Gen X. I'm on the upper side of the Gen X. But this was
a mid model.
This is back. I can remember back in the 80s when you would have these journalistic exposés. They would come on TV and they would come on that, because 60 Minutes used to be set up that way. You could come in and there would be this journalistic expose about something. The New York Times and other publications, Los Angeles Times, those would be the places, these big publications that would have these exposés. And now all you see are fluff pieces. And even if you see a title that sounds good, by the time you get into the substance of the article,
what? And then it's a lot of copy and paste. Everybody's saying the same.
Everybody has the same thing.
Okay. Oh, so we read that one.
It's crazy because if you put it as a nonprofit and something that's meant to do good, you can't criticize it, right? You're supposed to be able to be like, unless it's like unless you're a mega church, then it's like not cool. It's not okay to criticize what you might be doing with donation funds. Like it's at a certain point when you have like a rich pastor driving a Bentley, you can criticize that because you're asking for money. But when it's a whole organization, everything gets siloed. It's really regulatory capture. You don't really know who's responsible for managing it because you've got different parts moving. Oh, we're good. We're just doing great things out here. We're the leading advocate.
Right, like the Red Cross during I think it was the 2011 Haiti earthquake.
Right.
All that money they got, and that lady said out of her own mouth. I remember, I'm still working on my PhD. I took a break. But I remember one assignment that I did, and I had brought that up because it's law and public policy is what I'm working on. But I brought that up in terms of ethics. We were talking about ethics versus morals, and how ethically, and I actually provided the reference for it. I can't find it now. But the actual president at the time said out of her own mouth, we got, I'm just throwing a number out there, $40 million in donations for Haiti. We were never planning to rebuild the country when they asked her what happened to the money. And to this day, 13 years later, it's still in shambles.
And you know what? Here's the thing about that too, that people don't understand and know. The Red Cross did a very good publicity to get money to them. But what they didn't tell the people was that the money that they were donating to them only goes for a certain thing. They only have a certain narrow function. So they can get you food. They could get you some water. They can find a loved one or whatever that is. But as far as them, they were proposing like they were going to help them build houses, like they were going to help them do those types of things. And they never were going to be able to do that. That wasn't even in their mission. That's not even in their mission statement. But they took that money knowing that they were not going to be able to do that. And to me, ethically, you need to tell the people what it is that you're capable of doing. But you were setting it up like, oh yeah, we can help. We'll be out here looking at building that. You were never going to be able to do that. That's what they were going to need.
No, but correction, they were able to. They never intended to. Right. You have to understand, 40 million in the United States is not 40 million in Port-au-Prince. Okay? Right. You can literally rebuild an entire town and then some with $40 million.
With probably $2.8 million.
Okay? You could do a hell of a lot in the United States with $2 million.
Right.
And I'm a realtor by trade. So I know how much you can build with $2 million. That will cover housing and supplies. Here, let alone over there. Listen.
Yeah, you just needed to have helped them build the houses now that have earthquake standards. You know
That
what I'm
are
saying?
blocks, yeah, kind of like what you have here in the South and in most of the Caribbean. You have block foundation, stucco. It can't be wood frame because it'll blow away in a hurricane or tropical storm. But yeah, exactly. Program. All right.
Certain departments are privileged at the expense of others. And if your program or client can get written up in the New York Times, you will get the attention of I will be damned. The attention of the admin and the board.
Mm-hmm. Man, listen. We got to do a whole episode just on them. So Daisy.
That's a Lauren v. Victoria Burke episode.
Oh yeah, you got to get Lauren. Daisy, you're going to have to do the research.
That is,
Look, I don't have the bandwidth. I don't have the bandwidth for all of that. But
I don't have the bandwidth for that.
Daisy's going to have you on assignment for that. I don't know if you ever want to come on camera, but that probably would be more helpful. And yes, karma does keep receipts. What's done in the dark comes to light, as it always does. It absolutely does. Okay, so let's get back on the timeline. So we're in 2020.
One more thing on that. So, Judge Judy Harris Kluger, who, if you've been over on X, we pointed out, like, Judge Gaffey has some connections there. Now she's the CEO of Sanctuary for Families. On Glassdoor, since she's the CEO, she has a 61% approval. So that's
wow.
That's
pretty
who put,
low.
that was a judge predecessor. It was Judge Gaffey's predecessor.
Wow.
And speaking of Gaffey, I noticed on your live stream the other day that the lawyer, the attorney for in that Fannie Willis thing, is his name Mick Gaffey? Where did all
Gaffey. It's only with one F too. I was spelling it wrong the whole time. I was spelling it like the security company.
Yeah, I was like, these Gaffeys. Where are they coming from? Anyway, I'm sorry. That was just funny.
No, you're fine. You know,
I have a little sympathy for that.
I've already resigned myself that we're going to go off on at least 12 different topics, but the overarching theme will always get addressed. Yeah. I guess that's what's entertaining, because you see the comments lit up with that tax return. So who knew? Okay,
but
so
that's something. So where are we at? February?
January. So it was kind of quiet, unless Kat, you know of something else, because I was trying to gather up as much as I could remember.
Well, we have Mariah Carey Gate.
Oh, Mariah Carey Gate.
I'm So Isolated, and then all my friends were paid to come out for like a multi-day trip to New York City to spend my 30th birthday together.
That was December.
In December. So December of 2022, Jonathan flew Grace and her friends to New York.
She's on the flight with them. She's flying over to United States with them, including Grace number 2, who is part of Pubgate.
But she's isolated. She's, they said the fact that he had to pay her friend.
Come hang out with her.
Please hang out with her. She's on top of my nerves. Wasn't it Pam? I think, was it you that had the snippet of video where he's actually in the limo with them at some point?
I've got it. Give me a second. I can pull it up.
Okay.
I got to make sure I mute it though, because Mariah Carey probably doesn't play with that.
Right. We don't want to get copyright. I already got snagged for copyright on the Valentine's episode, but they kept it up. So.
See. I know I titled it Isolation as my
Isolation. Cute, scary, the ominous music in the background. Hold on, I'm still getting text messages about furniture. Oh my Lord. They are really okay. So while we're waiting, I also run
the Facebook
living.
Group?
Huh?
I was gonna say, tell them about the Facebook group if they're not in it that you run.
Oh,
you run a Facebook group.
Well, Facebook group. I don't own the Facebook group. I am one of the, I guess, the admins on the Facebook group, but the original owner he basically just gave control of the group to us because he just doesn't really do anything with it. It's just there. And so me and one other person, we effectively run the group. So if you want to, I will also put it in. I actually created if you go to my community section, I created a separate post for the Facebook group for Jonathan Majors supporters. Please answer all the screening questions and agree to the rules, or else you will not be accepted, because we do not want bots joining the group or trolls. Not that it's foolproof, but at least if we know it's an actual human trying to join that actually agreed to the rules, when you do get banned, you will not be surprised. That's in the chat. That's the Facebook group. I don't know why it's still showing up as a number, but it should have an actual name to it. But yeah, all these text messages I'm getting from my family that set the dog off. One of our neighbors one of our neighbors is moving, and he's like selling and or donating a bunch of furniture. I run a nonprofit where I have community residential homes and supported living homes for disabled and elderly, developmentally disabled and elderly and disabled adults. And so I'm always looking for furniture for obvious reasons. And so now apparently I can't even park my car in my garage anymore because I just got a text asking which car to leave in the driveway. So I guess that means there's no room in the garage for both cars anymore. But yeah, they're killing me with all this stuff. What is this? No, I don't want that.
Interesting.
All right, Thomas. Yes, Denise, please join. It's a very positive place. Like we said, I don't know if you were on the Valentine's Day episode that we did, but it's a very positive place. It's one of the only, I want to say only, because I'm in at least 100 different Facebook groups. I'm not active in most of them, but that's primarily because they turn into a gender war / toxic everything under the sun type of environment, and I can't stand those discussions. And so I don't participate in most of the groups I've been a part of in the last 10 years.
Yeah, because I think that was part of my distaste in Facebook, because you would join, like, let's say, a natural hair community, and now
it turns into a sex, everything about sex, and
it just turns crazy.
Yeah, it's a mess. It just turns into a big mess. And then it's like, I thought I was here for natural hair. Why are we talking about graphic sexual things or gender war stuff, like I said? Or it's just never continues to be positive. And I said that to say, yes, Denise, I just posted the link again in the chat because for some reason the first link didn't have the actual name of the club on it. This one is super positive. I want to say only maybe once a week we have to give somebody the heave-ho, and it's like one person. It's never like a group of people, or, it's a very positive vibe. Thank you. Iron Kitsune, he goes, I'm black. Are you? Is that really your picture in the but I'm being facetious because I also joked around during the Valentine's episode. The last remaining Caucasian in my family was my Oma. She was from Germany. And I said, the family's black again. And somebody laughed. But a lot of my cousins look just like this picture that Iron Kitsune has up. So, I mean, you could very well be black if that is your actual picture. But, okay. Those of you who have just joined, if the other moderator is not watching, I'll go in and approve it once we're done. But I'm not even reading that one. I don't even know what that meant. But yeah. Yeah, those communities, they just go way left. So the Jonathan Majors fan club is very positive. We're only talking about him. We don't go off topic. We're not talking about anything but stuff related to Jonathan Majors. So if that's not your interest, then go right ahead to those other groups that go off the rails and just be talking about everything but and infighting and everything else. Yeah, we don't do that here. We don't do that there. It's solely, so we're almost about 16,000 members. We had 16,000 members. We're down to 15,600, which is fine because that means 400 bad seeds left and or got banned. So that works, and that's why the whole vibe is really good in the group. Because they either the majority eliminated themselves, probably between the trial and the verdicts, because they weren't really actual fans. They just wanted to see what would happen, and then switch up on them. But and then about 100 of them we actually banned. All right, Kat, I got it up.
Okay, sweet. So I have it muted, so it's not going to get you in trouble.
Okay.
So it's freeze framed on Grace Jabari in a plane, looking over at her friends.
Okay.
It's a cute little compilation. There's a Mariah Carey song playing in the whole background. We're just not going to have the soundtrack. It's like weird if I try to zoom it in any bigger. Lots of drinks.
Beautiful spot.
This is all her Glastonbury festival friends that she's had for a very long time.
That guy with the blonde hair and the bubble coat.
Yeah, he's in one of the pictures walking out.
Mm-hmm.
But he's part of like the Ben Toddy, Holly Blakey, all that stuff that they do together.
Okay.
They are close to that stage.
Oh yeah, so he got her $1,000 tickets. Okay, Jay.
And then we're gonna see, like, I think his hand at one of the times. Finally, Jonathan Majors has a hand appearance.
See, he's never on camera. He's very careful about that.
Right there, I think that's his hand. And you see him in the cut in this limo scene. He's gonna be, if you guys can see my mouse, he's gonna be back here. So Grace is gonna be sitting over here, and he's gonna be sitting right next to her. He's gonna have like a white hat on, kind of looks like a sailor hat he's got going on. But to me, this is so small. But her facial expression to me, he's looking the other way, and it looks like she's like at him. Let's see.
He must have been like, "Oh my God, what did I do?
What did I get myself into?"
Right.
Like, so she's here right now in the frame. If I go, she's here. This little, her nose, like, and then she like leans in at him. Her jaw's like jutted out, like, Jonathan. Her friend looks fun. I think that's the other Grace.
Maybe.
By the way, I think this is the other Grace. That's what she looked like in the Instagram. Let me look at her again. I think this is pub friend Grace that was being fun right here, I think.
Oh, that one. Okay.
But yeah, big, nice trip, lots of things. This is not the type of vacation where, remember last Friday, we read Am I the Asshole? And the situation was, hey, my college friend was coming to stay with me. And then she showed up with her sister also. And then the sister wanted to sit at home. We didn't know why. And she drank my $300 bottle of gin that my dad bought me. And then they said, when I asked, hey, you should pay me back for that, they're like, well, we'll have no money for the rest of the trip if we have to pay for a hotel. This is not that. This is not that type of bum travel situation, frugal travel situation. Like, you can travel really cheaply and smartly and eat snacks without eating out. They didn't have to worry about that. None of the friends did.
Right.
So do with that what you will. But that was the big isolation and bad relationship, controlling relationship she was in December of 2022.
In December, right. A month before she started.
Tracker.
So they went right to look again. Right, or run up a tab somewhere.
That was one of them? See, I don't even know. They're in so many places, and that's like, to me, they're going out multiple times. They've got a wine bottle. Her birthday outfit was like $8,000. Was there a frame that showed that?
There,
I
Pam
think
had
Pam
a
has a
picture.
picture.
Yeah.
Yeah, an $8,000 outfit. This girl does not look like she hates her life and is
I want a
isolated.
refund. Can we get a refund, Jonathan? You need me to file something for you? We need a refund. Your bum travel, right?
Shout out to that, right? You know, if you can, one of my favorite
I'm
things to do is
guessing
just
that
go
was
for
her
a day.
30th. Huh?
Yeah, it's her 30th birthday.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, he did it big, but damn, $8,000. Man, listen. I don't even want an $800 dress. That's just excessive to me. And it's just like, who even knows? They said it wasn't even leather. No. Are you pulling up the picture, Pam?
I am. I'm trying to.
And to me, it wasn't even that nice. And I love
it didn't look like it fit her.
Yeah, I love
which is weird because she's built like fashion model, like thin, where any dress is like a canvas, you know, like a canvas type body, where a fashion designer could just, you don't need to make adjustments or tailor to fit your body.
Yes,
like you don't need to let it out.
Exactly.
Right. Hold on, I'm gonna find it.
No, you're fine. I'm looking at some of these comments. Oh no, yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, because there ain't
her friends travel. If you go and look at some of that Instagram stuff, like her friends, there's the one that's like a social media influencer. They look like they do enough of their own work. They have their own lifestyles. And it looks like for her to keep up with it without someone else funding it and for her to not be working, she clearly didn't pay her taxes on her own income. She had something that kept her in that lifestyle. And keep in mind that she continued going out. She went to Glastonbury again in July of 2023, or June of 2023. She's been hanging out multiple times on different occasions. And that's only what I'm able to find because she doesn't let these tagged photos come up on her Instagram. They're only visible when someone else takes the picture and posts them and she's in them. But you're still able to find a bunch. She's just still drinking and partying, and that's fine. That's like, I'm not criticizing the lifestyle. But you came in and went through a whole trial and ruined somebody's life on this guise that you were isolated and controlled and you never had a problem. You weren't the issue. You didn't get behind the wheel of a car and drive drunk because you didn't want him to go somewhere without you. Like,
yep.
You put up a whole charade.
Insanity? That's just, oh, man.
And she thinks there's nothing wrong with what she did.
Nope. She's a victim.
And she has SFFNY happy to take her on as a pro bono client because they can get a nice article in big newspapers about it.
Yeah.
Beam me up, Scotty. Put me up.
Oh, you got it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's back. I'm sorry. That outfit is utter trash from those sling back horse. What do you call the thing? Horseshoes, right? Sling back horseshoes.
These shoes are like $2,000 to $3,000. There's something about this, like they look like a split hoof. These shoes are like $2,000 to $3,000.
They were in the closet. They were in the closet in the body cam video because you could see the split hoof in the body cam.
Exactly.
What is she going for, the Minotaur look or whatever you call it, Minotaur? And then the hair, I guess she just doesn't know how to fix herself up because the hair is still trash, the makeup is still bad. But that dress, absolutely not. I said
it doesn't like flatter her.
It would have been better without these tights. I don't know if there's, because the tights
should have been all the way boots. They should have just been like those actual boots. And she should. I don't think that doesn't fit her body. That body would be if you have a different shape.
I think it looks like her hips and her waist are the same width. So I feel like this dress would look good on somebody with curves.
Woo! Cover it up.
Cover that up.
Palette cleanser.
Okay, so everybody, I call this the baby powder and shea butter photo shoot.
That last pose reminds me of the meme with the coming out of the tree.
Yeah. He looks like he smells like baby powder and shea butter.
Don't judge me, but I'm allergic to baby oil.
Well, I said baby powder.
Oil is really I heard oil
though, because I used it when I was younger. Because back tanning. I didn't use tanning lotion. We used baby oil, and it would burn my skin. I think whatever, not the sun, the actual oil I think whatever's in that Johnson and Johnson is strong. It's the I don't know if
Probably
it's the
more of the
fragrance.
fragrance, because a lot of
Yeah,
people are to the fragrance.
yeah. So it might be.
Yeah,
We
that's what
probably
it
have
is.
the
Because if
same
I breathe
issue.
it, I feel like I get hot. I don't get like I don't need treatment for it because I don't like put it on myself. But when people walk by me and I'm like, oh God, I smell that baby oil smell. Am I gonna
She
get
gets
a
chills.
headache and get heated up, flashed up?
Yeah. I think I probably have the same issue because it definitely irritated my skin a lot. Like I'm talking
Yeah, when I
like
was a baby, that's
burning.
when my mom learned she couldn't actually contact my
Yeah,
skin with it, so we just never had it. So
it burned. Yeah, it really burned. Um, yeah, more than likely.
Agreed. He was he
Mhm.
was he was the big fish in a little pond. They looked and they saw as we say, they hit a lick.
Mhm.
They
Yeah,
knew that just that high-powered case was going to get them
right.
plenty and plenty of funds. And that's why she did the shout out.
Mhm.
yep.
That's
For
all
her
right.
birthday.
Family's
Oh, I'm
coming.
not at a Mariah
Family's coming.
Carey concert this year, but shout out to this awesome family that helped me in the worst time. Or charity, whatever.
Right. Oh yeah, Johnson and Johnson. Now they got it for the powder for the ovarian cancer, I think. Can't have a dancer party.
I got a bad ankle too. I'm falling apart.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you can't be slicked down in oil. It got to be cocoa butter, organic, solid form cocoa butter
Shea
from Trader
butter.
Joe's. I
Shea
think
butter.
you will, Wonder Woman. I think he's fine. I do. And yes, Grace Karma will come. Karma soon come. I think she already has karma, and that's why we haven't heard from her. Hey, Lauren. I don't know if you want to join us, but we're if you do, just say yes in the chat, and I'll send you the link. But thank you for the super chat. I don't know who it's going to. I'm just saying thank you to everybody. Let's see. Okay, so let's go back to the timeline because once again, we're off. And we're off. Okay, hold on. Which tab am I trying to do? Oh, am I on the right tab? Oh.
Oh my God, I'm the worst with tabs.
I took it off the stage. I'm like, where did it go? Okay, so we just looked at December 2023. That contradicts her testimony or what impression she tried to give that she was isolated and da. Clearly, she was not. He spent probably a good 20 racks trying to help her celebrate her 30th birthday with her friends.
And he spent time with her family at the second part of that December. Remember that? She
Oh,
testified.
right. Because she did say that, I guess, when they got back to London, she spent Christmas and New Year's, right, with his he spent Christmas and New Year's with her family. So yeah, everything was going cool until I personally think she realized she was not going to any of the other award shows. And then she started confiding in Jonathan's friend and talent manager. So this was I'm about to click the link for that. January 13th, 2023, she begins confiding in the manager, right? Priya Sadiani. Jonathan finds out and essentially breaks up with her. She says he stopped speaking to her. I say it was a breakup because that was a pretty long ass time to not be talking to somebody. And as you see in the areas that I boxed off in red, she was talking to Priya about the relationship. Turns out Priya had no idea. So then she told Jonathan what was discussed. Sorry. The defendant, they asked, what did the defendant do in response to becoming upset with you? He just texted me saying, Priya told me everything that you kind of told. Why is this doing that? Come on. That you kind of told her. And what happened after he sent the text message? He basically stopped talking to me for a period of time. Do you know approximately how long that period of time was? Yeah, it was intermittent with some text saying, I love you. This is just hard for me, but it was a couple of weeks. We all know, if you don't know, Miss Jabari has an issue with time, from whether it be time in minutes, time in days, time in months. She thought
Time in minutes between falling asleep on the bathroom floor and texting her friend.
Right. Time in months, from 2 years to 18 months, which essentially seems like it was less than 12 months with all the breakups and the blowouts between August 2021 and March 2023. But we definitely whittled it down to a firm 18 months. But if you factor in all the times that they broke up or had some kind of issue, it's probably more like a 12-month cumulative relationship. So we can't really trust her time in a couple of weeks. It could have been a month, could have been all the way up until the next point in the timeline, which we'll get to in a minute. Ms. Jabari, after the defendant stopped speaking with you, did there come a time when you reconciled the relationship? Yes. How did you reconcile the relationship? Over that whole period, he wasn't totally kind of silent. He would send me pictures of the dogs that we had and just say, like, I love you, this is really hard. And we start eventually texting a little more. And did the relationship continue afterwards? And then, okay, good stopping point. All right. So we know that, hold on. We know that she says a couple of weeks he stopped talking to her, beginning around January 13th, when she initially started talking to Priya Sadiani. So let's just say starting January 13th, when Priya called him and said, Grace just called me, she said A, B, C, and D. He gets pissed off. He stops talking to her for a couple of weeks. So that's between January 13th and when, right? Because 2 weeks later, he's in Sydney, Australia at the Ant-Man fan event.
Well, keep in mind, guys, the prosecution, we were just reading direct testimony on direct, that last bit there. And the prosecution doesn't probe into this further. They don't want Grace Jabari, they don't at least show that they want to know more context about that time frame or what that meant specifically. And typically, if you're not asking questions about it, the answers wouldn't be advantageous to the case you're trying to make.
Exactly. Okay, so 2 weeks after he stopped talking to her, because remember, it's a couple of weeks, he's in Australia, February 2nd, with Paul Rudd. And those, if I'm not mistaken, that's where the baby powder and shea butter pictures come from. The blue sleeveless top. Okay, so fast forward to February 18th. I put February 18th because I'm going to show you the article really quickly. He interviews with The Guardian. From LA. So he's in LA. Presumably Grace is not there. Because remember, he stopped talking to her on or around January 13th once Priya Sadiani revealed that he had told her all this stuff about Jonathan and what he was doing to her or whatever. So I'm feeling like it was more than a couple of weeks, more like 4 or 5 weeks. And in the interim, he goes to Sydney. He comes back around February 18th. He's in LA with his daughter. This is in the actual article, because that particular day he was flying his daughter back to Georgia for school. He brought his daughter to LA so that she can come to the Ant-Man premiere. The Ant-Man premiere was on or around February 17th. So the next day is when this interview takes place. This is the interview. So if you look here, it says he wakes up on the day of our interview lying next to his 9-year-old daughter. The premiere, if I'm not mistaken, was February 18th. So the next day, this is the morning after the Ant-Man premiere in Los Angeles. Okay, they have just attended the premiere of Ant-Man. And and the Wasp, Quantumania. Okay, so again, back to the timeline, she's nowhere to be found. So we're over a month now, right?
And Sundance happened between January 13th and February. It was like the end of January, right? Sundance of 2022.
Double check. I actually have
There
that.
was another award thing because that's where he was wearing the Santa Claus pants that I was talking about.
That was in December, somewhere around December. So if you look at this timeline, right, January 19th was the Sundance Film Festival. She's not there, right?
And she gives that weird, dejected type of "I was supposed to be there."
Right. When Priya asked her, "Were you supposed to go to Sundance?" She goes, "That was the plan." Then she asked her if she knew about the Oscars. Yes, but obviously she didn't go to that either. So we know, obviously, January 13th, he stopped talking to her. Sundance falls right into that couple of weeks. Then you got February 2nd, where he's in Australia. February 18th, 19th, he's in LA with his daughter, getting her back to flying her back, I'm guessing with an escort, to Atlanta. And then somehow she ends up back in his life on March 18th in Sag Harbor. Sag Harbor is in Long Island, for those who don't know New York. Sag Harbor is also the setting. Correct me if I'm wrong, Katt. The setting, not necessarily the filming location, but the setting for the movie The Man in My Basement. So I don't know if he was out there for that because that's under his production company, or if they just were out there.
Keep in mind, so Sag Harbor, Long Island, yeah, traffic can suck, but you can do a day trip there, and it's not a big deal for you to get a house out there, right? So even if he was there, whether he was there for work or for recreation, if she decided she wanted to, we have from testimony that they went out there together. And she wasn't drinking at the time. Yeah, this is the
transcript here. He drove.
Yep.
They went to the car.
And again, it's like one of those things where even though they're filming, so that film, if they're gonna make it look like it's in Sag Harbor, he could have been there for another reason. He made it. Right. He might know, hey, this area looks really cool. I learned about it while filming. We should go spend some time out there, right? So this idea of work could be in his head even if he wasn't there for work. And
well, he was there writing poetry too. So I don't know what the correlation was with the poetry and the Sag. Maybe he used it as his muse. I have no idea.
Or it's just his way of decompressing and dealing with his emotions and not taking them out on someone else, and that wasn't okay. But the point is they get here, they're at this point in time, and they get into some discussion, and the transcript reads through it, where they're talking about Jabari not working.
Right.
And the idea of her wanting to plan the schedule around where he was going to go. And this is where the timeline becomes an issue, because if you're having an issue where you want to be around somebody while they're traveling, there's precursory context to that. Something is prompting you to have a concern. So we know they were separated for some time. They have this big Mariah Carey birthday party the end of December. We know January 13th, we have one time frame. She asked for the 20,000 pounds for the tax money on January 25th, 2023. He's in Australia at the beginning of February. And now, don't judge me for it, but Chillmonger did the sleuthing and figured out that Cleopatra, what's her last name?
Cleopatra Coleman, yeah.
Coleman, I don't know, sorry. I just know Cleopatra. But Chillmonger had her Instagram up. She lives in the land down under. She lives in Australia. And they're over in Australia around this time where you guys in the chat can tell us, how is he looking around that time period?
like shea butter and baby powder.
And at home, he has someone that's not working, not getting their visa, that he's broken up with several times. They haven't been speaking. She hits him up on January 25th after they haven't been speaking, asking for help with the 20,000 pound tax bill. So somehow we get fast forward to, that's crazy, right?
That's why.
And this is just over a year of them They met in August of 2021 at some point. And we're only entering January, February. It's a year and change. And she's hitting
With
this
a
man
whole
up
lot of
after they've fallen
breakups.
out, asking for 20 pounds after he just paid for all of her friends to come out.
Mm-hmm.
So then we fast forward. He's traveling. He's with his boy Michael B. Jordan. There's probably ladies all around them if they were promoting a film. We don't know who could have been there.
Oh yeah, and we clearly see starting at minimum July 2022, he was sick of her, and he even said in an interview he was reckless with her heart. So he admitted that with all those red flags, he should have just put the kibosh on the whole situation, and he did not. And this is how we ended up where we are now. But all that to say, starting probably at minimum, July 2022, he was already checking out. He was checking out, if not already checked out. So I'm sure there was a few around the way fillets thrown up in there. And then Cleopatra was just the final, final act.
Let's go back to February. Pull your timeline back up.
Yeah, let's do February.
Okay. Let me go back. All right.
So you have February 2nd. So between right after that February 18th, the Creed premiere started. So in February 27th, he was in LA for the Creed premiere.
February 23rd, she was in London because that's when she was asking him to pay for a hotel.
Okay.
To me, it seems like she was crowd surfing whenever she wasn't able to stay with him when they were breaking up or he was traveling. Because we don't have clarity on the penthouse. Like she kind of shows up in March and is supposed to be tasked with decorating it. We see her suitcases sitting there, never unpacked,
and it's already
they're just torn through.
Right.
Because they bought it like that, but like she doesn't change it. She says she doesn't like the taste of it or whatever. So Pam, your timeline, if he's starting new promotions and she's hitting him up, she's in another country. They weren't talking for a few weeks. They're physically not together. How do we get where we get to the end of February going into March?
Right. Exactly. Right. So needless to say, March 18th, Sag Harbor, he basically told us, stop trying to plan your life around my schedule. I'm not telling you what I'm doing when I go to Rails. Be gone. She tried to drive home drunk, even though she claimed she didn't, but she never got anywhere. Needless to say.
Back, Kat. You said when he was she was looking for a hotel at what date was that?
February 23rd. That's when she messaged him for help paying for a hotel for a few days.
Because February 15th, he was in London at the Creed premiere.
He's doing a lot of traveling between.
Priya might have been saying she wanted to come stay near him, maybe. Because she evades that question a bit. Priya has to ask it several times. And she finally says, well, there may have been a few days when he paid for a hotel in February. I can't remember. But Priya's question is, you asked him to do it. And finally, her answer says that he ended up doing it. And it was her requesting for a hotel stay for several days in London, starting with February 23rd.
Okay. You remember she gave up her place in London somewhere in between that period of time and then March.
And if you look at her, if you look at all the friends' Instagrams, she's in group pictures hanging out with several friends groups on different days in that time period. That January, I'm not sure about the specific dates, but winter before she ends up coming over to New York in March.
Not sure tracker, but she wasn't there is the point. She wasn't there. That's the point. She wasn't with him. She showed up somewhere around this March 18th time.
She showed up in March.
This is crazy because to me it seems like that brunch on March 24th was them talking about maybe working it out, and that's why she was so giddy, because the breakfast was like, well, you can stay here for a little bit, work on your work visa. Don't pull this thing that you pulled on Sag Harbor 6 days earlier, where you had to take a whole bottle of wine to the beach and drink and text your friend Holly. Complaining about it.
Right.
And then we end up on March 24th with a happy brunch, and then a very sad play. Like,
Right. But in her mind, between the 18th of March and the 25th of March, they were getting married, having kids, and this, that, and the third. And it was a very nice day. And you can have a nice day without arguing and not assume that somebody wants to be with you forever.
it's a
Like-
roller coaster too. There's certain couples that do that. Like they ride with the highs and the lows because the straight trajectory is kind of boring to them.
Right. But I can't imagine that if he's texting someone else within hours of that outing, that he gave her that impression.
No,
Or
and she
he
was
just
living out of
kinda-
suitcases.
Right. Or he just was kind of letting her talk and not saying anything either way, which could, that's complicity if you don't say, "Oh, that ain't what I meant." You know what I mean? So
How old is she?
now 32.
Yeah.
She's about my age.
There's
I
something
remember.
about the entire, everything that we've heard so far about these two people, and now having added on a little bit of information with regard to what the New York Times reported on February 6th about his two exes. It just seems to me like what you have is what you always have and what we've had and seen in a million other stories, which is a young movie actor who plays the field. Now, whether or not the women in his life realize that that's what they're doing is another story. But certainly if you're dating somebody long enough to be talking about marriage, which was the case with these two other ladies, and pregnancies and all this other stuff, that seems like to me a sort of solid relationship. Although having said that, it hasn't been particularly easy to find any photos of these people together in the New York Times piece. But now with Miss Jabari, it's kind of like, it feels to me, with everything that we know, that this was a very, this is like a relationship of convenience. I'm not getting the sense that these two people really are madly in love with each other. And, it was interesting during the interview when he said, "I loved Grace," because I was kind of surprised to hear
If
that.
you see, bit his lip. He was like, "I love Grace."
Yeah, because there's really nothing. But when you're 34 years old and 32 years old, I don't think that any of this is surprising. And the other thing that I think is under talked about with regard to this is that whenever you have two people and one is really, really, really successful and the other is not, and nobody knows who the other one is, that imbalance is sometimes problematic because people who are not as successful tend to fall into the throes of jealousy and, envy that
Fear of
type of
being
career that
left.
you have. Yeah. And I think we saw that in the end when you have, oh, so we're not going out anymore and I don't get to be at your cool penthouse. Now I'm going to blow your career up.
And I'm Jonathan Major's girlfriend, to the three strangers on the sidewalk. Like running up to people after you supposedly just got attacked, and the first thing you're telling them is you're Jonathan Major. You're not saying, "My name is Grace Jabari and I need help." You're saying, "I'm Jonathan Major's girlfriend."
Right.
Who's texting another girl.
Right. That's a good point. That's a good point.
Exactly.
That's your identity. Your identity is through him.
Yeah.
And unless you have a lot of confidence, you date somebody like that, and it doesn't strike me that she has a lot of confidence. If you're chasing a dude down the street that you said was in some way harming you, that tells me that insecurity is afoot. I don't know.
No, or that you're just crazy and delusional. And I'm going for crazy and delusional for 500, Alex.
Someone's intentionally harming you and you are running down the street. You had access to a car that could have taken you back to where you need to go, but you chose to run down the street because you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, Kat, in that testimony, she was still trying to get to that phone.
She said it. She said it at least
times.
3 different times. She said, "I was trying to get his phone. I was trying to see who he was
All I want to
texting."
know is who that woman is.
Yeah, all I want to know is who he was texting.
And then in the second car, she says she struck him with the right hand because she didn't want him to leave because he was trying to leave the car the second time they were in the car.
Yeah, it's another set of facts where you say to yourself, and this is why I'm a little bit dubious of anything that's not under oath in a courtroom. it takes two to tango in these relationships, and people tend to make mistakes. The way that this has been presented by the media, particularly the New York Times and Rolling Stone, is that all these women are perfect and Jonathan Majors is the terrible person. And most of the time in reality, in relationships, there are mistakes made on both sides over a course of a long period of time. I mean, it's very rare that somebody is 100% wrong in a relationship and the other person is 100% perfect.
Right.
And yet that is how it is presented in the press.
Right. And of course, he's going to be the wrongest of the wrong. And man, listen.
Well, that goes to the fact that when you have a media environment where there's a group that's not sitting at the table, for so often the group that wasn't sitting at the table was women. So all the stories were told from the male perspective. It's very rare to find a Black male sitting in a newsroom conversation. So there's no one to say, well, what about this or that? You notice in the New York Times piece, this is a culture writer, remember? This is a culture writer. Totally leaves out the fact that these are two white women in the story. Actually, there's 3 white women in the story, Miss Jabari and the 2 women in the Times piece. That's culturally relevant, one would think, right? But you're a culture reporter, and the question becomes, whose culture are we going to be talking about, right? And it's really the writer's culture that we're talking about, right? It doesn't matter. The race completely doesn't matter. Now, maybe race doesn't matter, or maybe it does, or maybe it matters sometimes and sometimes it doesn't. But I'm not sure how it could not matter at all, particularly when you have the New York City Police Department show up at Mr. Majors' residence and arrest him after he called the cops, which is a fact that I still can't get over, as you can see.
Yeah.
I keep repeating it in every video, but it's just amazing to me that happened, and everybody just shrugs their shoulders and acts like it's no big deal.
Yeah.
I was saying they don't include statements from, sorry, Danny.
No, they're wearing blinders. So they want to see what they want to see. We're going to ignore everything else. I like to use the analogy of the Wizard of Oz. Pay no attention to that man behind the curtain. You're supposed to see everything, but ignore it.
Right.
You only supposed to focus on what I want you to focus on. And I'm telling you, I'm the Wizard of Oz, even though you clearly see me behind the curtain manipulating the works to pretend that I'm the Wizard of Oz. But you're only supposed to, it's insane. And I say again, with as much information as we have, and 3 out of 4 of us, 3/4 of us grew up way before the internet was a thing, way before Google was a thing. You can be 40 and remember not having Google, not having the internet.
Right.
And the idea that we have so much information and are stupider than we were, more gullible than we were before, let's say 1995, not even, because even then we didn't have Google, we didn't have good search engines. So when did a good search engine come out? Maybe 2000?
Remember Ask Jeeves, the little butler guy?
Ask Jeeves, remember about.com?
Yeah.
Like, we have within seconds, we can get billions of hits and know nothing. We'll believe the first headline we see.
Well, now we're entering the era of willful ignorance in terms of the media, because frankly, it's almost as if fictional writing has taken over when you see some of the things that are left out. And once again, if you put all the facts into the story, you may come to the same conclusion, but you may not. But I don't know how you leave things out, like the injuries to Mr. Majors being chased down the street by Miss Jabari, block after block. Mr. Majors staying in a hotel up on 77th Street. That is not the behavior of somebody who's aggressive and controlling, as defined by Alvin Bragg's office. So that just doesn't make any logical sense. And we can prove those things, unlike some of the things that we're seeing now in the New York Times and we've been seeing in Rolling Stone. We can prove definitively that Mr. Majors spent his night at that hotel. We can prove that Miss Jabari chased him down the street. There's nothing to talk about. Like, these are things that are not. Yeah. So I don't understand how that doesn't get reported as time goes by. And to me, that's deliberate. You're now deliberately leaving things out so that the public doesn't know the entire story. That's a problem.
Does it not scare you? Because my thing is, if that could happen with this, when all you have to do is Google what information you feel like is being left out or that you have questions about, and you just choose not to do that in favor of just going with whatever somebody else tells you, that's scary, because this is literally, and I hate to, I don't know if you want to call it oversimplifying or exaggerate, but this is literally how the Holocaust started. No, obviously there was no Wi-Fi and and internet, but it literally was people just believing what someone said, finding a little confirmation bias, and sitting back while X number of million of people were obliterated in a matter of months.
Well, it's historically relevant that dictators always usually go after the press first when they're trying to take over a country. Because once you control the hearts and minds of what people think on a subject, you can get them to do anything, as you saw at the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021. I mean, it's sort of like, so on this type of thing, it's so connected to the history of the United States, particularly as it pertains to Black men. And it's such an easy play, right? You just have the vilification of a Black man, the vilification of a Black, you get people just forgetting. I mean, when I look at the headlines of the pieces tell the story. When the Times piece says women say plural, and then you go read into the piece and find that some of the women are, he yelled at me on set, or actually it wasn't even yelling. He had a disagreement about a schedule, and he told me that it wasn't working out, and he was taller than I was. That's what they're counting.
Yeah, I'm 5'3", he's 6'1". Okay, you and about half of America.
Right. So I just thought that was strange to me. And I'm kind of, a little bit suspicious too of, I talked to 20 people, we talked to 20 people, we talked to 40 people.
For 4 months, 5 months, we were investigating.
Right, we're 4 or 5 months, but I don't mind the 4 or 5 months.
Till 2 days after the sentence gets postponed.
What I mind is out of 60 people, we're hearing from 4, 5. So what did the other 55 say? Did they say nothing? Did they say John Majors is the greatest guy? What? So you don't really know that. I don't know. I'm suspicious. I'm very suspicious of press, as you can tell, because I've watched these people up close, and I'm just, when it comes to Black men, they have a special kind of bias that shows itself. And actually, we've seen it with white men as well. We've seen it with Andrew Cuomo. We've seen it with Al Franken. So, I mean, I can't even say just Black men, but yeah, it's unbelievable.
They ran out of white guys, so now we're going to just run through all the Black ones now. Remember Matt Lauer? They got him. They got both Cuomo brothers.
Yeah.
They don't.
Different too. If he had I can't think of any story. And there are couples out there that it's well, I guess it wouldn't even matter. I was gonna say a white man dating a Black woman, but even a Black celebrity dating a Black female celebrity. Like, how often do you see these types of news stories when there's a celebrity, someone assaults someone, there's a DV arrest? I can only think of the Kevin Porter situation, and they didn't want to talk to Kaiser. Kaiser had to go on TMZ Sports and the Roland Martin show to be heard because the New York Times didn't want to interview her.
That's right.
Why didn't the New York Times want to interview her?
Same with Priya. Why isn't that front and center on it was basically, it came down to TMZ and Roland Martin. Right?
Yeah, that's what I remember. And there's one, they didn't do any videos with Kaiser, but I think that they tried to talk about Kaiser and how the doctor had to come out and make that statement. We never released anything to anybody.
Right.
So it was a sports driven written news article.
Right. That's right.
And that was it.
That's right. Frankly, the fact that Rolling Stone and New York Times has not just done a simple mashup of, these are the cases related possibly to this with regard to Jonathan Majors. I mean, I dare say if these were
they love it with Harvey Weinstein. They're not comparing it to Adam Foss, or they're not comparing it to the Kaiser and Kevin Porter.
Right.
They're just saying, Molyneux rule, we can tie in the buzzword here, the big scary Harvey Weinstein and Bill Cosby words.
Right. That's right. That's
apples,
right.
oranges, and pears, but we'll pretend like it's not. Denise, I wanted to address this comment. This is exactly what's wrong with modern day feminism, feminists, whatever you want to call them, because the contradictions in their philosophy, it's literally the definition of cognitive dissonance. You go from wanting to be equal with men to I can do what you do. I should get paid what you get paid. I can have it all. I can be a mother, a corporate mogul, a CEO, a this, a that, a that, a that, a that, a that. To the minute somebody wants to break up with you, now I'm back down to, oh, I'm weak. He's strong. I'm not the same as him. I don't have the same emotional and psychological fortitude as a man, but any other time you do, and this is the problem. This is the problem. You can't have it both ways. You can't have the same size balls as your husband and then turn around and say that it was a power struggle. Like what? Like I'm confused. The power dynamic was imbalanced now that we're getting divorced and I want $100,000 a month in alimony. Like, which one is it? I thought you made as much money as he did. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. I mean, it's just wild business out here. And I'm just sitting here like, I'm just glad I don't have sons. I'll say that until the day I die. I'm just glad that I do not have sons and that the daughters I have are nothing like this at all. They have a healthy
the culture. That's where the culture comes in.
Mm-hmm.
The whole damsel in distress thing, the magnetism is for the white damsel in distress. The media is the one that comes in capes for them. They come and save them off whatever balcony they're damseling off of. They don't come and rush to the rescue of, like, I just can't think of examples where Grace Jabari someone else was a Grace Jabari positioned by a domestic violence advocacy group, a pro bono attorney. Statements in all the media before she volunteered for her arrest. The way she was photographed and positioned as like soft and delicate and traumatized on the stand and needed to be protected. I can't think of a single example of a Black female that was dating a celebrity, right? It's some type of celebrity status that was in the news, where there was that same type, I'm going to call it coddling.
Yeah.
It was the sellability of the damsel, the meek, quiet, tearful personality.
Right.
But that's what sells, though. But that's exactly what sells. And you saw that tax form that we saw. They got at least what, $8, $9, $10,000 from selling that image. 10 million,
yeah, an extra 10 million, right.
Right.
Yeah, and not only that, I think that there's something bigger afoot, which is that every study shows us that women effectively control the buying power in most households. And if you think about, if you were marketing to that, what would get the attention of women readers in your typical magazine? It would be these types of topics, right? So there's that, I think, going on. Certainly a lot of women, specifically white female writers at particularly the New York Times, who would appear to be extremely focused on the subject matter without any sort of question from any other quadrant of anything about any other issue that might come up. And false allegations is one of those issues that we know over indexes for Black men. So, and again, Alvin Bragg ran on that. He ran on this restorative justice plank, in New York. And I'm thinking, this is what you're bringing. You're bringing the Adam Foss case and the Jonathan Majors case and the Kevin Porter case. There was no Kevin Porter case. And really, there was no Adam Foss case. I would argue that with Majors, at least on that one, they had somebody that could say there was some injuries. So I would argue that you couldn't confirm exactly where these injuries came from. And when somebody's out drinking all night, you might want to suspect that one of the sources of those injuries could have been their night drinking, right? So, I mean, I don't understand why that never. So it's a reach. These cases are a lot of bit of a reach. So that's scary to me because it's a throwback to another era of justice in the United States, or maybe it's the current era,
Oh, I mean, it's been happening since Emmett Till, right? You know, you serve a majority Black neighborhood. That's the store that's where your store is located. 90% of your patrons are the people in that Black neighborhood. You're used to dealing with Black men on a daily basis. But you on one today, a 14-year-old oversized Black boy comes in, allegedly flirts with you, wolf whistles, touches your hand. You're in a bad mood that day. So you decide that you want to run, tell your husband, and instead of course correcting and saying, all right, you know, he did this is the population we serve, you know, have a talk with him next time the kids come by and leave it alone. You sit there on the back of the pickup truck or in the pickup truck as they go and kidnap this boy from his family's home. Right? And then you keep riding the story out instead of once again correcting course and saying, all right, we ain't got to do all this. I just wanted you to scare him up a little bit so he won't come in here and do this again. Right?
Yeah, I mean, to say that this is not over prosecution, particularly for a first-time offender, and that this went into a courtroom, I thought was noteworthy. And I can't believe nobody's writing on that. Nobody's asking any questions about that.
Mm-hmm.
The justice reporters at the New York Daily News and the New York Post, of course, is conservative. What is the New York Times doing? Nobody's asking, aren't these prosecutions a little bit more aggressive than we saw with Robert Morgenthau? Nobody's asking that. I mean, like that question is never coming up in an editorial meeting.
Well, because it's going to go against the agenda. Why would you ask that? That's going to throw everything off course.
Why is Grace Jabari texting ADA Kelly Galloway when she sees her name in the paper that she has an iCard out for her arrest?
Right.
Like, to me, when you just said, like, and it's a totally different accusation, right? But with Emmett Till, with her name's Caroline, right?
Mm-hmm.
She was able to run
right old age of 89 and did not serve one day.
She was able just to run and be like,
lied.
I might look bad. This might look bad on me, so I have to run to someone else and tell them something, and they have to go clean this up for me. And Grace Jabari just runs and texts ADA Kelly Galloway to the point where Kelly Galloway's like, girl, you can't be texting me. You've got to go through your attorney, and your attorney has to communicate with me because you're like a witness, like, you know. Like,
she should have never had that lady's number to begin with.
Right. But that's what I was just going to say. That seems like something that has been set up because I've said it before. Where did you get her number where you felt comfortable to text the district attorney about something?
I bet it got in her hands when she was at Bellevue Hospital.
You think?
Yep.
When exactly did she text Kelly Galloway?
And whenever she said that she read the new, I'll pull it up in the transcripts to get an exact date, but it was when she was searching herself online and kept looking up her name and saw the articles coming out that there was an iCard out for her arrest. So I think it was June. Let me double check.
Wow. Oh, wow.
June is when he went in and spoke to Detective Mejia and did the whole, well, he did it virtually at first, and then eventually a couple of weeks later he came in and actually redid the incident report.
And have we confirmed that she
June 27th.
Thanks a lot. Had we confirmed that she had a deal, that she was involved in some sort of plea deal with the DA's office?
Aaron Tierney made a statement that they worked out a deal for her cooperation.
Okay.
In exchange for her testimony against Jonathan Majors.
Okay. Thanks.
Right, Daisy. And but you see, and I'm attributing it to God because again, I get on my little spiritual soapbox. But you see how as fast as that article came out, because me and Lauren were texting all night about that. When it came out, I was like, God damn. And I'm over here, I pulled up the 2 X's, I sent her the pictures. I'm like, we were going back and forth about it. And you see, as fast as that story came out, it went away.
Well,
and
effectively,
it would be a feeding frenzy.
Don't forget, there was Rolling Stone and Variety that said, hey, even though the Messenger is reporting that she's supposed to be appearing for arrest, we've confirmed that that's not true because the DA has said previously that there was no iCard and they weren't going to charge her. So Rolling Stone and Variety, who are like supposed to be hand in hand, they're getting direct reports from, or to me it seems like direct reports from the prosecution on what's going on. Right. The DA is not giving them that statement to correct the record when they knew. because they already had communicated with Ross Kramer on October 23rd about this. So this all happened the night of October 23rd. The Messenger breaks the exclusive news with Elizabeth Rosner. Then on the 24th, there's this big hullabaloo where we're getting some statements from Ross Kramer, and then we're also getting people saying like, oh, none of it's happening at all. Well, if none of it's happening at all, why is Ross Kramer giving a statement that we've already spoken to them and we're going to volunteer for her arrest? It's because they knew this big hearing was coming up on October 28th. And they didn't want the big news articles before that to be anything that could be in favor of Majors, because the prosecution just wrote this 115-page response to the motion to dismiss, and they hand-delivered it, really, to People magazine, Rolling Stone, Variety. So right before this big hearing at the end of October was supposed to take place to address the motion to dismiss, the media had 115 pages of tea to pull from.
Right.
And that all took place in a matter of like 3 days of news coverage back and forth.
Yeah, because it was incredibly suspicious that we find out in the news that she's being processed for an arrest for assault on Mr. Majors, and then 15 seconds later there's a story in the Rolling Stone. I mean, like the idea that there was a story like right after that, I thought, wow, what an amazing coincidence that there's this story that is happening right after that. I think is there has anybody read anything with regard to it being a violation for the DA's office to leak investigative materials to the media? Is that, I mean, I thought someone posted it might have been Flavio. Somebody posted something on that. I got to find it because
I'm thinking it was because when they were talking about the 15-page thing, wasn't it it was either Variety, it wasn't Variety, because someone said that they read the 115-page thing, and I thought, wow, and you can't even give Priya a 2 terabyte
right
terabyte hard drive
right
on time, but the press has access to 115 pages of what's going on, and then that's when we start hearing about what happened in London. There was something that they knew something that happened in London. What happened in London?
And the London thing never pans out. So the London thing shows up in Cheyenne Roundtree's Twitter feed, right? X feed. And then it never flips over to anything. The question is, how did Cheyenne Roundtree know anything about what was going on in London? Like, what? The only other source for that, I mean, it could have been Ms. Jabari. Now, there's a possibility, of course, that Ms. Jabari could have told these people, but I tend to doubt that because it's sort of like,
this is where it gets interesting. So when Jonathan Majors walked in and filed for the domestic incident report, he reported prior violence from Grace Jabari, and one of the examples he gave was this 2022 London scenario. So it wasn't a well-publicized article by any means, but people are wondering, once they had the chance to look at this domestic incident report, oh, well, how can we reverse engineer Jonathan Majors saying that Grace Jabari was actually violent towards him on an occasion in 2022? And that's when we started getting these rumors popping up that there was some type of incident between them with an unnamed person. And it was only Cheyenne Roundtree that said it was the same as the main complainant in the case he was on trial for. Which interesting that she's the only one that knows that at that point in time. But other people are like saying it happened at Molyneux Stadium, because I guess there's a Molyneux Stadium in London too. But people were also they could have been reading about the Molyneux evidence packet in New York and just trying to Google what Molyneux was. So these journalists are just writing, it happened at Molyneux Stadium in London. There was a lot of misinformation because people were trying to take a lead that they got from a little detail from somewhere and turn it into something else. So I don't think we'll ever have full clarity on all of that, but I do suspect that it was actually Jonathan Majors that brought up this prior incident of violence, and then it had to be retrofit to make it look like somewhere where the roles were reversed.
Right. Because one thing that you often... Go ahead, Pam. Go ahead.
They were talking about this medical report that everyone was trying to get, because they were saying that there was this incident in London and there was this medical report. And I remember Cheyenne had reported that, that the police were saying that there was an investigation going on, but I don't remember anything after that particular point.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, one of the patterns I've seen in several Me Too related stories, some of which I've had to work on and talk to media about, is they have a habit of not only retrofitting, but once they start losing, they do exactly what we saw in the New York Times, which is
Find
you
more,
start,
find something
find
else.
more. There's got to be more people. So they start talking to every single woman that this man has talked to in their life. And then all of a sudden, we find these other stories that, oh, something may have happened. Now, the problem is, I mean, I have stricter rules on what I believe than most people, primarily because, you know, when you grow up in a household with a law enforcement person, you become a paranoid person that believes almost nothing except for what you see and what you could see on video. But when I see something where we're talking about things years ago, we don't have Mr. Majors in the piece. No disrespect to Priya, but we don't have Mr. Majors in the piece to tell his side of anything, right? So it's just a one-sided story from someone. It's not to say it's completely lying. I'm not saying any of that, but I'm just saying I have a problem believing that two people who have some sort of alleged physical altercation, that just happens out of nowhere. Someone just walks into a room and then something magically happens. That's generally not what happens in real life. What happens in real life is that two people are having some sort of problem that goes back and forth and has a ping-ponging effect or not. What also happens in real life is that when people are telling the story, they make themselves the perfect hero. They're not going to self-deprecate and say, yeah, but I did do this thing to him right before this happened. That's not going to happen. So with all the deference given to one gender, and I, as a woman, I totally understand this given the history. We understand this given the history, right? Women have been ignored on this issue. Domestic violence is really important. It hasn't been dealt with. This woman, Judy Harris, has spent her entire life working on this. That's commendable. That's great. But I'm not sure that the answer is to go into fantasy world thinking that one gender is always wrong and the other gender is always right. It's just one of those
it's an all or nothing approach. It's either you ignore it or you go off the deep end and just start believing everything, even though there's obvious inconsistencies in the entire.
Well, even the Emma Cooper who said, okay, well, we had this altercation, this physical altercation where I have injuries because of a mailbox. He pushed me into a mailbox, right? You're saying the incident is being pushed somewhere outside in a public place. And the context she gives around it is she was trying to stop him from his pruning from this earth thoughts. So he's having according to her, he's having these thoughts of unaliving, and somehow he's outside. Maybe they're outside already, but if you're talking about being near like a mailbox, you're near a residence, right? You're somewhere. You're in motion, you're in movement. If he's trying to get away from you, that's the vision I'm getting.
Well, Katt, that fact right there, that this was a conversation around something that involves suicide, would tell you that it's an emotionally charged moment in that relationship. And this is not to in any way, explain away anything that may have happened that may not have been right in terms of somebody hitting somebody. But that tells you, that setting tells you that this is an emotional moment, right? And so I just think that I had a problem too with the piece. I haven't done a video on it yet, but I just had a problem with the piece. I'm not sure, I don't know, but I can't, there's no way of me knowing this, but Jonathan Majors needs to understand that when you have a piece in the New York Times where you have two women who have dated you, so they have a great deal of they're people who are going to be seen as valid. They've had a intimate personal relation with you. You need to be in that piece. You need to call that reporter up on the phone and say, this is my side of the story. You have nothing to lose at this point. It would seem to me that this thing is at code red in terms of communications. So putting your lawyer, even though your lawyer might be the best lawyer in the world, is never going to equal having the two human beings in the piece. You've got to show up for that, and you got to show up in a big way.
Right. And I thought it was interesting the timing, because we were hearing about keeping that information under lock and key, but all of a sudden there's this end round, and now we see this place. And I've always said in all the videos that I said, there's always either there's a hearing or something, then there's stunts and shows. Right. And it never stops. It's always stunts and shows that always around this. And that's what I was thinking. Now, wow, how did they get around? I guess that they talked to them and they asked them if they wanted to say their names, but that was still information that they were talking about suppressing, but it comes out. And like I said, there's always some kind of stunts and shows around this.
It's not right, and it's not a coincidence. I mean, it's exactly what your spidey sense is telling you, right? All of a sudden, something good happens for him, and then 24 hours later, we get this blockbuster piece from the New. It's like, are you kidding? So when Priya filed that, when she made that filing, and of course, when Katt, you read the filing, I was sitting there listening to the reading. I thought, wow, this she's got some case in here that might. I don't think this judge would ever flip anything, but it's not completely off the table, right? So, and then all of a sudden we get this New York Times piece. Like, it's like the timing, a piece that, by the way, could have come out months ago. They said they had the file.
They said they had these people back in what, April, May?
Right.
Unbelievable.
But you, like I said, but you see, as fast as they came out, nobody really retweeted them. Nobody repeated it. You see it on Google here and there, but it's nothing updated, because I think people are at the point where it's you got the side where nobody gives a shit about this anymore, which can be a good or a bad thing.
You have the people that shared victimhood their whole identity is another segment.
Right. And then you have the people like us. You have the apathetic. And then you have the people like us that are like, are you kidding me? Like, seriously?
And a lot of these people don't have real world experience. Like, they've never been told by somebody that they did something wrong or they did something harmful to people. So they think whenever they feel pain, whenever they're teary-eyed, they think that if I'm crying, someone did something wrong to me. Well, guess what? I'm a crier when I'm mad. Yeah. So if I'm crying, it's probably because I just yelled at somebody. Yeah. I don't feel good about yelling at somebody, so maybe that's why I cry.
Or like, I'm about to really crash out, and you probably need to move.
That's like sensible. Like, that's an acknowledgement of like, hey, just because I'm crying doesn't mean I deserve someone telling me I'm 100% right. Just because something upset me doesn't mean that I'm a victim of something.
You have another segment of society that are significantly older than you and even older than me that, again, suffer from cognitive dissonance. And they understand, they know exactly what's going on, but they want to pretend like they're sitting on this high horse, that they've never experienced life, that they don't understand the dynamics of situations like this. So they want to get on social media and act like they're holier than thou. They've never heard, seen, or experienced anything like this. They can't relate. They don't get it. They don't have sons, fathers, uncles, brothers. You know what I mean? And they're going to sit here and pretend they're somebody that they're not. And I'm seeing that
want revenge against someone that hurt them, and they're going to transfer that to the person they're looking at in this news story.
Exactly, because they can't deal with it in their personal lives. And so they're going to basically project onto Jonathan's situation what they probably should have been dealing with in their own situation.
Oh, definitely. I mean, we saw that this morning in The Root. I used to write for The Root. And, people bring their personal feelings, problems, misconceptions, preconceptions into their work in a way. And you can do this journalistically that you can't do if you were a welder or something. You bring it in and you just want to apply your thoughts and feelings onto everybody else's life. And it just doesn't work that way.
It doesn't work that way. It's not realistic. It's kind of like, again, back to Pamela's, because we still have to do an episode on that with the gender war stuff. You have grown women, 40s, 50s, 60s, subscribing to this, oh, I don't do 50-50, or, you don't go these places on a first date. No, and damn well you sitting right there at Red Lobster as you're typing this. You're sitting right there at Olive Garden as we typing this. You're sitting there taking care of a man as we're typing this. But you want to get on social media and pretend like you have these high standards, because what you're doing is you're creating a narrative of what you wish you could do and say. But you know that in reality, you're living exactly the way that people on social media are saying that's like, shameful and taboo. And personally, there's nothing wrong with going 50-50. It's called teamwork. When you get married, you're a team. You're not opponents in a game. You understand what I'm saying? And most people understand that. They realize that maybe it's not 50-50 based on income, but in reality, you're contributing to the household. However you are, it is 50-50 because it's a team. It's a team environment. You're working for the better of the entire household, not just the one person that wants to sit home all day eating bonbons and getting spa treatments, right? But you're going to be on social media and pretend like that's the lifestyle that you become accustomed to or accept or expect.
Soft life.
Yeah.
Soft.
Yeah, the soft life. And I'm just like, okay. And then situations like this Grace situation play into that, right? Because you had Jonathan essentially giving her this soft life from what we can tell.
I mean,
And
I think that, I think it's safe to say, and I don't think it is, a revelatory statement. It's nothing crazy. I mean, it's nothing original to say this. I mean, if you're Grace Jabari dating a really successful multi-millionaire actor, and you've been going to his penthouse on the regular, enjoying all of that, when you date someone like that, and you see that going away in the text, "Goodbye, Grace, did you leave the keys?" I guarantee you that it all came rushing to her in that moment. This guy means business now. He just broke up with me.
And I know there's
And
another woman.
right, that too. And
I
so
can't use his loneliness against him.
right. And so it's to me, that was a clear reason why she would have retaliated in terms of, I'm going to make him pay in this moment. The cops are here. Okay. Now suddenly I'm
It's either him or me.
right. Right.
let's go back to the timeline. She
I
saw
don't
it coming.
thought that he was going to call the police, because I'm still trying to figure out why you didn't have no bottoms on. But
Because she thought he was going to come home.
I don't think she thought he was going to call the police, and I've said this several times.
She
You
didn't.
see these types of dynamics, so this has worked for you in the past. Doing so, getting upset, and like Katt just said, and it just hit me like a ton of bricks. Using his loneliness against him, and now you see, oh, he might not be as lonely as I can, because I'm just thinking, when I remember that Creed 3 LA premiere, baby,
February 18th.
woo! When I tell you the ladies was out, the ladies
Oh yeah. Talk about laying in the closet with no panties. They were throwing panties at my guy. So, and still are. So
and the ladies were comparable to what he's doing. You're talking about actresses and singers and poets.
If there's one thing on that point that Me Too does not want to deal with, and it's something I've seen, when I worked in media, particularly my first real big media job was ABC News in Washington, D.C. and New York. And I used to interview celebrities a lot. And, you would go, like, I would go to whatever, NBA game to meet with one, or wherever I was. And Me Too does not want to deal with this issue of women who seek out men to have sex and women pursuing men on the I mean, come on, man. And if you think that that's not happening in an aggressive fashion, you live in a fantasy world. They just don't want to deal with that.
Groupie. I mean, come on. They've been groupies since our grandma's days.
Right. So I just don't
This is
understand.
nothing new.
There's apps. You don't even need to be a groupie anymore. You can just swipe and find somebody.
Right.
Right. That's right.
Or hop in their DMs if they're one of those
Like,
celebrities that actually
no
answer.
pina coladas and whatever. You don't need to
Right.
like put a song in the or add in the classifieds to find
None
someone.
of that.
And somebody like a Jonathan Majors, he's going to be pursued by women. That's going to be happening.
yeah.
Like, so it's just sort of like, why are you acting as if that's not a part of this conversation? But they're always making the women babies. They're always making the women, defenseless,
No
damsel.
agency.
Right.
And that's exactly why when I first started posting about this, I want to say my first or second post, I put they tried to infantize her, if I'm even saying the word correctly. Yeah, infantilize. That's the right way of saying it. They tried to make her out to be a child in the opening arguments with the way that they were saying that he, the words that they used, like she was 5 years old and he was basically what do you call it, withholding affection, and phrases like that.
Well,
that I'm sitting there like, this is a 30-year-old woman. What are you talking
you
about?
saw the coded. It wasn't even really coded language in the New
It
York
wasn't.
Times.
It was out
It was
there.
like, oh,
Great.
he's bigger than I am. Remember, the New York
Right.
Times was like, he's the big black brute on the set that's aggressive. Like, really, guys? Are you kidding me? I mean, it was like, you're just basically going back to the 1800s with this language. And, the other thing that's never logically made sense is that he has worked now on many, many projects and 6 feature films. And you're telling me that nobody has said anything, no complaints, nothing's wrong.
He hasn't been blacklisted.
Yeah.
He hasn't been recast before anything came out in the public.
Yale, never heard anything. And now all of a sudden, Grace Jabari shows up. Like, I mean, it just makes it makes no sense to me.
None.
Here's
the phrases. They use phrases like she was trained, manipulated, and that he withheld affection. Trained.
It really doesn't make sense, even if we get before he gets on a set. I'm still having a hard time when you're being at a very prestigious school like Yale.
Right.
And you were up there wilding out, whooping and beating on everybody's tail. And they allowed for him to stay there.
Right. Right, a 6'1" black man in a white space, and nobody's saying anything.
Nobody even really knows who he is at that point, right? Because, like I said, prior to Devotion, he wasn't a household name. We knew who he was. The Black collective and those who are, privy and appreciative of Black culture knew who he was. But like mainstream America, he wasn't a household name until Devotion. So that's literally 6 months before March 25th, 2023.
Wow.
Because everything just started coming out back to back at that point. Right. So you mean to tell me prior to Devotion, y'all were just letting this dude run amok, acting a hot ass fool?
How did Me Too say something?
How long did Lovecraft go on?
It was only a year. It was 20 season. I watched it during the pandemic, so it was 2020 that came out. I didn't know anything. I didn't even know who he was before Lovecraft.
Right.
Yeah, nobody knew. I mean, I didn't know when I watched Lovecraft Company. That's what made me go back. Like, oh, okay, he's done this, he's done that.
And I hadn't seen none of that stuff prior to Lovecraft.
Right.
And when I saw his poster for Creed 3, I remember saying, "Oh, that's that dude from Lovecraft."
Yeah.
I said, "Oh, they got that dude from Lovecraft to play the villain in Creed 3."
Because because he did the Loki, and then you heard about Devotion, and then you heard about Creed, then you heard about Ant-Man. So like you said, 2020, the end part of 2020, first part of 2021 up into 2023, that's when that momentum started going.
No, momentum picked up heavy after Devotion because he had three things come out back to back.
Right.
No, was it Ant-Man?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, back to back within like in two in 1 month. Loki and Creed.
And he was promoting that magazine Dreams.
And then so he was just killing them back to back. And then Loki. Did you say we said Loki, right? He was doing Loki in 2020. So it was just back to back stuff.
Wow.
But like I said, prior to Lovecraft, I did not know who he was. Then obviously I saw him in The Harder They Fall, and I was like, okay, that's that dude from Lovecraft. Again, I was like, oh, okay. And then Creed, I was like, that's that dude from Lovecraft and The Harder They Fall.
Right.
And I kept saying that dude because I didn't know his name.
And let me just tell you how it's looking, and when you start looking at it just from watching, if you're not a Marvel fan or anything like that, what amazes me about that, and we talk about that Rolling Stone article, and then we talk about Variety when they write these articles, all the issues and things that they have with what's going on with Marvel. It's so convenient how they're trying to make it seem like it's because of this Jonathan Majors thing. All of a sudden, he's Kang. Well, they wanted him to be Kang after they saw his performance in Loki. They built that whole thing around that performance in that Loki season 1. And then they go back in Variety and talk about, oh, well, they were trying to move away from Kang or move away from him before this. No, they weren't, because every article, everybody said, even when they talked about Ant-Man, the one thing that they said about Jonathan Majors and Ant-Man is that he was the one that made that show palatable. Because how do you have a show of Ant-Man and the Wasp when Ant-Man and the Wasp, their whole characters are not even doing anything? They are secondary characters in their own show. And so it just seems very, when we look at all of this, and this is why you have these people that are like, this doesn't make any sense. How is everything his fault in regards to what's going on with what happened to him from March 25th until he was found guilty of a violation and a reckless harassment charge. And it's just to see that pile on, how some the fall from grace, how that was so quickly from, we don't know how she broke her finger, but she said that she broke her finger.
She doesn't know. She still doesn't know. She never said how. I'm saying how, because you grabbed this dude twice that we saw, and a third time that you admitted to, as he was trying to run away from you. That's how you broke the tip of your finger. Because again, remember, this is a 6'1", 200-pound black man running for his life, yanking away from you every time you grab his coat, rip the pocket off his jacket, rip the button off his coat. That's how you broke your finger.
Because they made her get up on the stand the next morning, and the first thing they asked her was, "Hey, yesterday you said you grabbed at him because you didn't want him to leave the car. Can you just?" And she's like, "Oh, I don't actually remember what hand it was," but she testified it was with her right hand.
But she's right hand dominant, and she admits to hitting him in his arms and his chest. Arms and what? Was it his arms and his? She hit him.
Yeah.
So you could have injured that one finger at any given time.
She hit him, but she made sure she volunteered. I was hitting him, but I didn't scratch him or anything like that, because she knew about those injury photos.
Exactly.
So she volunteered. She's the one that went there with the scratch. Oh, yeah, maybe with my hands or whatever. They were doing something, but I didn't scratch him. I know I didn't scratch him. She already knew she had to say that.
Listen, we saw that where that scratch could have come from, as he was trying to make that exit stage right around that corner, running down those streets.
Right.
Because grabbed at him. We saw where you scratched him.
I got to tell you, that video of him rounding the corner to me was the end of the story. I mean, I could not believe
they wouldn't let the jury see that.
He's pulling away from her, to try to get away from her, obviously, and then running for blocks. And I mean, it's almost like just Alice in Wonderland, that video exists in the public eye. And you're right, it wasn't shown to the jury. It wasn't shown, at trial. But it's like that is in existence, and this thing keeps going forward. And the DA's office in Manhattan keeps putting out statements pretending that video doesn't exist. It is just in another world. And if it wasn't for YouTube, half the people who do know about it wouldn't know about it, because of course nobody in mainstream media was going to play it. So it's actually just a fantasy land type thing that you would never see in this type of case. And here we are. It's amazing. And I just can't.
Or did you see the specifics of why the injury photos didn't come in?
The specifics of why the injury? No, I did not.
His injury photos?
The digital evidence analyst testified that everything is gravy about everything that the DA wanted to submit. The DA directed them to make this specific type of compilation video. But when it comes to just those 3 photos, because they were pulled from Jonathan Majors' iCloud, they were in Pacific Standard Time. So he's not sure about the accuracy of the.
But he literally sat there converting the times. You saw the transcripts, right?
Just those 3 things from the iCloud. We didn't have that issue with the text messages.
Right.
We didn't have that discussed.
I heard the over talking in court about the timestamps and the iCloud, and I had wondered, why are we talking about this so much?
That was day one of testimony. He was the first witness, the digital analyst. And they went through every single picture. And like she said, as soon as they got to the injury pictures, he didn't know how to convert Pacific time to Eastern time.
Yeah, you know what?
Then the judge was like, we need something else to connect that to be able to bring that in. So when Grace Jabari is shown the picture, she's like, yeah, that's Jonathan. That's the side of his face. But I don't know for sure if those are the clothes he was wearing that night. I don't know if he owns those clothes. So she knew, again, it's another instance where she knew how to not let something come in.
You know, I got to tell you something. Shout out to Fahim Carter and Caliber out there, what they're writing, because, you know, I was a history major in college at American University. And I got to tell you, this case to me is such a flashback to the 1800s in the United States and really the early 1900s in a way that is frightening. And the fact that it comes from a liberal jurisdiction, I don't want to take it too political here, but a so-called progressive jurisdiction, Manhattan, is shocking. I mean, it's absolutely shocking that there's evidence in the world that, of course, rounds out this case in a way that was not presented in court. And everyone in court, all the prosecutors are acting like they don't see it. And they think that they're the heroes and they think that this is justice. If this is what justice looks like to them, that is a huge problem. This is a throwback case to the 1950s. I refuse to sit here and act like I'm not seeing what I'm seeing. I mean, I'm just not going to do that. It's crazy. And to say nothing of Adam Foss, because really Adam Foss and Kevin Porter, particularly Adam Foss, it's even worse. But I mean, the evidence in the Majors case is a hell of a lot more extensive than in the Porter and the Foss case. Obviously, you have Porter's girlfriend sitting there telling you that she fell and has no idea what anyone else is talking about, and he didn't do anything.
And they still won't acknowledge
that. They still won't acknowledge that, and they back him into a plea deal, which was outrageous. But the Majors case has more evidence than the other two put together, and it's incredible.
And it's nowhere near as severe as what.
Right. That's right. That's
right.
It
was like, if we take cross-examination out of the story, that case was pretty much talking about stuff that had nothing to do with the 24th and 25th.
You're talking about Majors? You're talking about the 20? Yeah, right,
so
right.
The evidence wasn't really evidence of anything. It was stuff that they were introducing this as background information.
Well, so much was like the domestic violence expert, right? So it's like, we're going to talk globally about sexual assault and domestic violence and what victims do. I'm sitting in the courtroom going, and why are we talking about sexual assault when this is not a sexual assault case? So it was almost as if she wanted to put it in the air, you know, the sort of language, you know. And I thought, wow. And of course, you know, Priya Chaudhry could not get the judge to agree to not have her testify. So she's testifying. And I'm sitting there thinking, okay, if you let that testimony happen, why not have a historian come in and talk about how Black men have been treated for the last 405 years in the United States? Like, if you're going to do it that generally, then why not go all the way?
Just an expert on false accusations and bad witness testimony.
Right.
Yeah, but you see how Saul, he brought in the point. He was like, have you ever dealt with anybody that experienced trauma from being falsely accused?
Right.
Were you there that day that he asked her that question?
I don't think I heard. I think I would have remembered that. I must not have.
Yeah, it was the last maybe 10 minutes because the judge was like, how much longer do you have? And he said about 10 minutes. And he was like, okay, we're going to break here. And then the next day when they brought her back, he was like, I'm Seth. He was like, nah, I'm good. She can go home.
Right.
And she was looking like, huh? As soon as she sat down, he was like, I'm good. We don't need to do anything.
Well, I mean,
else.
It is pretty amazing to watch Kelly Galloway and the gang talk endlessly about you know, details and, you know, I guess sort of sociology around misogyny, patriarchy, obviously sexual assault, sexual violence, and then not say to themselves, wait a minute, if that history matters with regard to women, which it does matter, then why doesn't race matter? Why doesn't race history matter in the same way? So if you're going to get some general witness on the stand to talk about all this stuff, how does it not work for Jonathan Majors? It made no sense. That made absolutely no sense sitting there.
Because it's not going to work for the agenda, you know.
This is unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Oh, listen, but you have to understand, Manhattan is an island. You got your white Manhattan, and then you got your Black and Hispanic Manhattan. I'm from the Black and Hispanic Manhattan, which is known as Harlem. Okay, so that part of Manhattan, you don't have to worry about leaving because they don't give a shit about that part of Manhattan. You know, now, you know, the Chelsea, the Midtown, the Upper East Side.
Where you can run up to three strangers on the sidewalk and tell them you're Jonathan Majors' girlfriend.
Exactly. I'll just come outside of the housing projects that I grew up with and just yell down the street, I'm Jonathan Majors' girlfriend. You know who Jonathan Majors is?
Get me robbed quick. Like, thanks for volunteering all that info.
Y'all get robbed before they call the police. please. Like,
Telling all your
that
friends
means
this
you got
house is so
money.
nice. There's so much stuff in the house.
Right, exactly.
Wow.
It's craziness. They'll probably rob me and then help me look for my own shit.
You know,
And
the
be
other thing
like,
I wondered about a little bit was that, you know, how obviously the case had a gag order. Obviously, did not include the documents moving from the allegedly moving from the DA's office to the media. So when there's a gag order, obviously it only means that you cannot speak on the case publicly. But I
Mhm.
wondered, did that include? I mean, there's got to be something with regard to the DA's office, if in fact this is what they've done. We can't inconclusively prove this is what's happening, but it seems pretty obvious that they move their documents to the media. And if they did do that, is that a violation of something? I don't know if it
Well,
is or
it's
not.
definitely a violation. So I'm feeling more along. They couldn't have moved the documents because remember, those are the documents. If we're correct, those are the ones that the motion was filed to keep sealed.
Well, but right. So
I don't think
right,
they handed them anything. I feel like somebody in house. You see what I'm saying?
Well, a Molyneux witness that comes in and swears their testimony, one would think that obviously was under seal. One would think that only who could have possession of that other than the DA's office.
Right.
Now, the witness could have, you know, the other possibility, of course, the witness could have given it to the media. So the two girlfriends could have given it to the New York Times, you know, potentially. But it seems to me that
I can't imagine a judge putting a protective order on that in retrospect. It had to have first been given. Like, if something's already given to the press and the press is talking about it, how could it then go into the it might not be admissible in front of the jury, right? It might not be publishable to the jury. But to put a protective order, you know, one of the grounds for issuing a protective order, you have to show that it's justified to deny the right to the public to see what's going on. You have to have that transparency. That's why you have press attorneys showing up in the Jonathan Majors case, representing 19 different organizations, saying, you need to give us access to this stuff or explain a damn good reason why you're not. Well, one of those reasons is whatever it is that you're keeping under seal, it either can't have enough information that would be for the good of public safety, or it's too prejudicial, or some balance in between. So if something's already publicly known, you can't come in and say you need to keep this sealed because it's a protective safety issue, because it's already out there. You can't like put the toothpaste back in the tube or whatever.
Right. I can. No,
so it's one of those things where it's like there must be something, and it could be a balance of both, right? Maybe the media, the journalists had said they did this investigative work. Maybe they learned of who these people were, but they didn't want to give a statement to Rolling Stone in completeness. They said, hey, I talked to you. You can like publish a little bit of this. But then the DA went over and started talking to them, and they said, well, here's a text message or something. Here's a photograph or something.
Did everyone notice on that note that the two people who would not talk to Rolling Stone talked to the New York Times? Well, they may have talked to Rolling Stone, but they gave their names to the New York Times.
Yep.
I thought that was interesting. It was almost like saying, we don't trust you, Rolling Stone. We'll give our names to the New York Times. But anyway, I thought that was interesting. Just unbelievable situation.
You know, it's a huge shit show. I see a couple of questions about do they think his career. I personally think he's fine. I don't know what's going on with Marvel. I don't follow Marvel. I only watched it recently because of his roles. Obviously, I've seen Black Panther and, you know, the popular stuff, but I don't understand the whole universe and how everything interconnects. My brain can't function on that level. That's a
Chillmonger question.
Yeah, I mean, I watch stuff like Black Panther, Captain America. Like, I'll watch that stuff, but I don't understand any of the other stuff.
I don't know.
Never watched.
No one understands it. But if you go on,
my daughter does. My oldest daughter, she refuses to this day to watch Loki until she can piece together the other parts. So I guess 3 years from now she'll catch up. But
if you go by precedent with Marvel, they have kept people with way more questionable outcomes than what has happened with Jonathan Majors. So if you go by precedence, they could rehire him. But I'm just
I think that this, what happens is that the stakes are so high because they make it into this avatar of, a gender war type of scenario where if Jonathan Majors wins, that means that women have lost. I think that's kind of what the setup is.
It's always
New York
all or
Times.
nothing. Always
Yeah,
all or
right.
nothing. There's no gray area.
Right. That's right. No gray areas whatsoever.
It's just insane to me. But like I said, I think, and I'm praying that this is the turning point. The fact that New York Times stuff came out, and like I told you, I think I was texting Lauren till like 11 o'clock that night. I mean, I was like almost like in a state of panic because I'm like, oh my God, it's really over for real.
I've
like,
seen it a million times.
if this gets questioned,
when I asked the question, what were y'all thinking? Because I was like, for all of that to come out, I was on the hashtags, I was on the things, and I was like, this doesn't seem. I was expecting. I literally was expecting the avalanche of stuff, a whole big avalanche, but it just like came, and it just like went. And I was like, that's why I did that live stream that time. I was like, what are y'all thinking about this? Because this seems kind of interesting. That again, there's emotion, there's a something, there's stunts and shows, and here's the stunts and shows, and it's been proven every time you have something going on. There's always a stunts and show. This stunts and show didn't hit as
literally they threw it at the wall and it slid right down to the floor.
Yeah.
And I was shocked because I really thought, I was like, oh my God, we're gonna be hearing about this until April 8th. This is it. This is the nail in the coffin. I pulled up who these people were, and I'm like, oh Lord, you know what I'm saying? I literally was just like, woo!
Well, people have become, I think, and this is why I think the media is playing a dangerous game, because when you present a story and you present half the story and then people find out that you've presented half the story, they don't trust what you do moving forward, particularly, and I don't think it matters that these are bigger news organizations. People are suspicious. Then they find out that we have a video of a man running down the street from the person who's accusing it. Like, when did that happen? When did the New York Times report that? Well, the New York Times didn't report that. So it's kind of like that leaves people in a moment of, maybe I should go check and type into YouTube or something to find out what's really going on here. And then they find out 2 months later on Club Shay Shay that there was way more to the story. You keep doing that and you lose your credibility. That's what I think the media is in the process of doing, losing their credibility.
They're losing their credibility. And especially because, like I said, you get to a point where you're either apathetic or you're just like, come on. The timing was way off. I'm like, you literally wait till 2 days after the sentencing gets postponed to come out with information that you claim you've had for over almost a year now. Almost like a tit for tat. Okay, so you're mad that they filed these motions that, for all intents and purposes, could possibly get this verdict thrown out. You know what I mean? And so now that there's a slim chance that the verdict might get thrown out, we're going to make sure that this dude never works again. Give these people 2 months to stew on this extra information. So in the event that motion to throw out this conviction is successful, they'll still remember that Becky and Bridget also said, but didn't nobody care.
Well, I also think they could have called these girls to come testify at a sentencing hearing.
Right.
And if they decide, like, look, I'm over it, I don't want to like travel, I just don't feel like it, I'm over it, it's, you guys got some verdict and it is what it is, I don't care about the sentencing. Well, now maybe they're like, but whatever, you can just go and publish it in the news, but I'm not gonna get on a plane and come fly out to New York for this, especially if you don't know what date the sentencing is going to happen.
Right.
Because that's a huge part of this testimony. Could have come in as, someone that wants to make a statement at the sentencing for the judge to say, hey, please actually give him some type of punishment, because whatever this verdict was here, he's done this before. It's not his first time.
All I know is this is the most prosecuted misdemeanor in the history of New York. Are you kidding me? I mean, we're sitting here discussing, first of all, the fact that it was in a courtroom, I think is a news story in itself. And then when you look at in fact quotes the injuries. It's kind of like, and then of course, as juxtaposed against his injuries, which of course were never shown, it is just like, I don't know, it's spellbinding to me that this happened, because I think that the DA's office is under some impression that nobody can watch YouTube or nobody can watch TMZ. Like, I mean, like,
or ask for transcripts.
right, or find the transcript. Right. You'd have to think that nobody can find out information independently to think that you could get away with this.
Right.
I mean, right? It just is amazing.
And the thing is, they don't really, and even me, I'm not going to even front. Like I said, I use YouTube for do-it-yourself projects.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the occasional, oh, Ma, look at this. I couldn't stand YouTube until I met you guys, because I just didn't have the attention span to sit there all day watching random shit. You know what I mean? I could barely even do TikTok because of that. But my point being, a lot of people are like me when it comes to YouTube. We just simply don't have time to sit here on a 3 hour and 49 minute and 43 second live. You know what I mean? Playing around. You know what I mean? So they think of that. They think that nobody's sitting on YouTube listening to some random content creators that have no credentials and, might be biased and or subjective in their opinion. And lo and behold,
the problem is there is no bias or subjectivity in a video of a man running down the street away from a woman. Like, that's either it's there or it isn't. And same thing with the document.
Right.
The documents say what they say. So it doesn't matter who reads them, where they come from, whether or not they're in the Jonathan Majors fan club or not. That video is going to be that video at the end of the day.
No matter what. Exactly.
I've never had someone come in one of my live stream chats where they get busy sometimes. Sometimes there's a few that had over 300, 400 people chatting. Right. And except in the very beginning, there was one troll that was like, Kat just wants the African meats. It wasn't even talking about the case. It was just a troll talking about a white girl talking about the Jonathan Majors case. I have not had someone, I don't like block people from my channel. I haven't done that. If someone wanted to come in and be like, hey, the only one person that came was that crazy that was accusing me of being paid by Jonathan Majors' team. And like, she came from X. Yeah, I think, it's the same one. They came and left like one comment on one video and I just let it sitting there. They were like, well, what are you going to do now about this new news story? Watch my video on it. Like, you're commenting on the video where I tell you what I think of it. Like, one person that's coming out to watch things is not going, hey, there's something inconsistent here. Something doesn't feel right. Wasn't he initially accused of strangling somebody? How did we get here? This is weird. Why is he running? There's 2 videos of him running away. That's crazy. Right. He stayed in a hotel. He was injured.
Right.
Because those are all surveillance video, him checking his face in the elevator mirror.
Right. Those are all the facts that they weren't showing. Everything that we've shown is the stuff that they weren't showing. So everyone who sees it goes, what? He was running down the street? Like, it's the same thing over and over again. It's crazy. It's craziness.
And I felt like I just wanted to believe Dani when Dani said, oh, he's running. It looks crazy. I don't get it. Like, he's going to be good because he's clearly running away from City Block and City Block. I was like, maybe I'm just like too eager to believe and picture this grand old. No, the video is exactly as she described. I was like, am I trying to buy into this and have too much faith? No, it was exactly.
It was exact. And I totally had no expectation. I was shocked when I got home after trial and saw that the videos got released. I was like, they actually released this?
Right.
That's why I tried to describe it exact, because I didn't think they would ever release that. Definitely not before the verdict.
Right.
So I was like, being that nobody's going to see this, let me make sure I describe it exactly the way I saw it.
Well,
and then
I think it's weird because you saw some coverage of that. You saw a little bit of some of the body cam, but at the same time, nobody really talked about the Lucero body cam video. Like, that was the one extra thing that, all right, I'm going to just request the publicly available exhibits just to line everything up.
Right.
That one wasn't touched anywhere. And I thought that was pretty weird. Because the one where we see them going up the stairs, it was Swain's body camera.
Yeah. Well, Lucero, I called him Officer Amnesia. Remember, he didn't remember shit.
Right.
And then two, he no longer worked for the NYPD. So that was more reason why he didn't remember shit, because he didn't have to. He didn't have to worry about getting put on desk duty or becoming a meter maid. He's out in Long Island now working as an officer.
Yeah.
So he has no allegiance to the NYPD. And I'm almost wondering what made him end up in Long Island. Did something happen? Did he just
Long Island police pays a lot of money.
Oh, okay,
a lot more than
It's also, and if
NYPD
you have
would.
like kids in a family, sometimes like you want to go buy your house out there rather than live in a where your your wall is either a wall with another house or like your driveway you can barely pull your car in it. Like, so
right.
Yeah, I mean it is shocking to me. I think what got me into court was I thought I saw Dani on Chills. I think you were on Back or Chill. I didn't know anybody. These are all strangers to me. I'm looking at the screen, right? And I'm hearing a story that sounds nothing like what I'm reading and what I'm hearing on any other thing. So I show up in the courtroom and you can just feel it. I mean, you can feel the fact that there are certain things that are not going to be reported. You know, I mean, you can just feel it. And then you're reading the stories, and what you're reading is different than what you're seeing with your own eyes. That is the problem. And the setup for me was I actually went to the Johnny Depp. I did not get in the courtroom. I was just like outside the courthouse for Johnny Depp on like just one day. And because you could just watch it obviously on TV, they had the live feed, whatever.
Yeah.
And so you, the person, can judge, okay, this looks like this was her fault. This looked like this was his fault, on and on. And I see the media, which I thought this was really strange. You had certain people in the media who got very angry at the fact that there was a live feed because they wanted to control the conversation. That was to me the beginning of real
eyebrow raising,
right? Eyebrow raising. Why is the media not wanting the public to see this? And so with the Majors case, it's even worse because we have no cameras. So you really have to, you either see it yourself or you have to have someone in there like Dani who's going to come out and tell people the story that somebody at a corporate news organization is never going to tell you. I mean, it's as simple as that.
And then it's crazy because that wasn't even my intention. I literally was like, everything that I did that first week was for the fan group. Legit. It was the first, like that first 3 days, I posted to the fan group primarily.
Right.
And then I threw a few tweets out there because I still don't like Twitter, but now it's a necessary evil. Everybody kept directing me to Twitter, and I'm like, damn it, I got to go back on Twitter. But at that point, I only had 140 character limit. So I'm like, look, I don't have time for Twitter. Y'all go to Facebook. But I only really went for the fan club because, again, Pam mentioned it. I kept my promise and I went. And like I said, I was not planning on coming back until the verdict. But by Wednesday, I was like, oh, shit, they're really out here.
Grief.
I was like, they're really
among hundreds of us when we heard you were not going back on that one day, on that Thursday. I had a sunken feeling. Like, people were gloomed. There was a sense of gloom across anybody that was somehow connected by watching anyone stream or commenting anywhere.
Yeah. Because
everybody was stressed out.
If you're not in that courtroom, you got to understand something. I sat and I counted those people on the left side of that room. And I said to myself, not only is it the case that if Dani was not in the courtroom, we would have known nothing. But these, it was like 15 of them, 10 to 15 at that time when I first got there. They're not telling you certain things. And a lot of that is the human side of what we're watching with an individual person who, for whatever reason, they've objectified into this object, right? But Jonathan Majors is a human being, a person going through something. You never get that feeling reading any of this, right? I mean, you just don't get that basic feeling. And it was just shocking to me that, again, Dani, if you're not in there and you did not start talking, nobody would have known that this is sort of a railroad going on. And then, of course, this video comes out with him running down the street. That really put the cherry on top of the ice cream. I was like, okay, now what is this? What are we watching?
It was crazy because, like I said, I didn't go Wednesday. Thursday. I wasn't even intending on going back Friday. But then Jimmy went Thursday, and then I was like, oh, shit. So I got to go back. So I literally went to Tallahassee Thursday, drove to Tallahassee from where I live. So that's a 4-hour drive. Thursday afternoon, got home like 11 o'clock that night, got back up at 4 o'clock that morning. That whole first week, I probably slept 8 hours total. Got back on the flight 4 o'clock that next morning, had a layover because there are no direct flights from Tallahassee to New York.
Right.
Ran through the Atlanta airport because the tram from the gate I landed in to the gate I needed to be to for the connecting flight sat there for about 10 minutes. I almost missed the connecting flight by like a minute. When I say I ran to that gate, and it was at the very end of the concourse. And I was like, I'm here. And he rolled his eyes because they were about to close the door. I said, you better let my ass in that tunnel. And he let me in, and I got there, took a cab straight from JFK, and got right in that courtroom right as it was starting. But it never started on time.
Yeah.
But that was that Friday. And again, I wasn't going to go back if Jimmy didn't go in and stand in for me, because then I felt bad. I was like, damn. So somebody actually came and stood in for me while I was gone. So I can't not go back because I got to finish the job, And
well, he said when he got there, he was like, why am I here? And not in a bad way, right? He was that's how people were feeling. And something just compelled him. And next thing you know, he's walking into this courtroom on, what's the address? 1 Hogan Place in Manhattan. He's walking up, and it wasn't on the first floor. You have to go up the elevator. You have to find the room you got to go to. You got to make sure you go through the right public entrance way. And he's just like, why am I here? Because it's pretty much like, he described it as kind of like out of body. We know that you weren't going to be there. And he's like, I just got to do this. I'm compelled to go do it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's crazy. This isn't just like getting an urge to pick up a cheap flight to Cancun because you see a good deal on Travelocity.
Right.
This is like, what is going on with this? Something's not adding up. I have to go. I have to be there.
It wasn't.
Something has to happen.
It was definitely not adding up. And then when you find out things, and somebody just wrote a note about it, not having audio on the body camera. What was that? Why is there no audio on the police body camera?
They were saying slick shit that they shouldn't have been saying, and I can't wait.
You have a whole DEA trains who can't redact certain parts of an audio that could be impermissible for the right reason. Mm-hmm. There are things that by law can be redacted. Medical information, anything that's not stipulated to that could be personally identifying information could be redacted. But the entire audio, every single body cam,
and then you picked up Katt, the cop with the hand at his neck. Why does the cop have the hand at the neck? And it made me think about the Porter case, because there's all this lying about he broke her neck and the vertebra. They have this thing at the Manhattan DA's office about people's necks being broken. Now, I'm not saying that may come from some factual things that have happened in unfortunate cases.
It's like the formula that works.
But yeah, it just keeps coming up. And so, but to not have the audio of the police body camera, why not? Why isn't the audio?
Any of it? None it was like 26 minutes about, maybe some were shorter, but like multiple segments of footage.
Right.
And it's not like there's anything corrupted because we know they were listening to it.
Right.
But I'm telling you, I 100% think it's because Grace Jabari says in that audio, because they asked her questions about it. And are you telling them right now that it was after you met up with the strangers, things got different, and that's when your finger injury occurred? And she's like, oh, no, what? That's not, no.
right.
I think so. I don't know. I don't know. I'm hoping, Dawn, and everybody else that asked, I don't know if that's up the pike. I don't know if that's also part of that sealed stuff, because I have no idea why everything but that.
What could be helpful is if that's requested as part of the appeal.
Right.
Because then it could become something that is going to need to be accessible to the Court of Appeals. And unless there's another protective order issued for it, that would be a moment where they might say, hey, this now has to become public record, even if there's going to be some redactions, right? It's not going to be 26 full minutes of no audio.
Right.
So
now, when Priya filed the appeal, we have no copy of what she filed.
We only have the motion to set aside the verdict.
She didn't file the appeal yet. The appeal is going to come after the sentencing.
And
But
what,
as of now, she filed the motion to basically throw out
okay.
the whole
Thanks.
Yes,
Remind me what date the sentencing is. It's March something.
April 8th.
April. Wow.
April 8th.
Thanks.
Yeah. So we got a ways to go.
Right. Okay.
We're gonna
And
get a
April
ruling, a
1st,
tentative
right.
ruling on the 1st.
Okay.
So
April
hopefully
1st.
no funny business on April 1st.
Right,
know
because
this-
if April 1st goes well, then there'll be no April 8th.
Right. Okay.
And
Okay.
April 1st is 2 days before my birthday, so maybe I'll get an early birthday gift and not
Aries.
have to go to New York on the 8th. Say that again?
There's going
Aries.
to be
Yeah.
a show. You already know
Yeah.
that there's going to be a stunt and there's going to be a show during that time.
Yeah, get ready for the stunts and the
It's gonna be
shows.
an April
We gotta get
Fool's
some.
shit
We gotta
show,
get some
right?
t-shirts. The stunts and the shows. Yeah. So my birthday is on March 25. So I can.
Okay, so you're an Aries
I'm
too.
an
So you
Aries,
know,
yeah.
and so is Kat. You're outnumbered,
I'm a
Pam.
28th.
When's your
March
birthday?
28th.
That
Yeah,
explains.
we're gonna have
a
to do
lot.
a stream like one of those, like a Friday or Saturday in between.
Right.
Right.
We Rams, you know, we go hard or go home. We
Oh,
either
my
gonna knock you
goodness.
down or we gonna.
Pam, what
it's-
month is your birthday?
You are looking at the very best and wonderful Libra around here.
That's
You
great.
know what?
So wait,
That's
like
how
a
we
June?
get
What is that?
along.
June, July, October? October.
Libras
October.
early October, end of September. I love me some Libras, but actually I forgot what they call it. I cannot for the life of me. An eyelash lady told me about it. Every zodiac has a what do you call it? Like a secondary personality trait. And mine is Libra. And that could be why I get along with Libras. And they balance me out because you know we crazy. We go like from 0 to 100. Ain't no in between.
My
The
sister's
Libras
Libra.
kind of like, all right, slow down, be quiet, don't get arrested.
So April 1st and then April 8th. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
So April 1st is the ruling that would more than likely tell us whether or not April 8th needs to happen.
Right. Okay.
Okay, we got a lot of Aries up in here. Okay.
Yeah.
A little Sag trying to slip in.
Sagittarius is a big sign for Aries compatibility. So yeah, I gotta say, I mean, I really enjoyed talking to you guys. I've learned a lot. I came to the party really late, so I learned a lot really
We're
quickly.
glad you came.
Yeah, and I appreciate it, particularly Chillmonger, and because I know nothing about Marvel, so Chillmonger is always there's always something new with Chill because I know nothing about Marvel other than what my brother's comic books were when I was a kid,
Mhm.
But at any rate, it's been huge because the documents you're getting, Kat, are huge because it saves me from having to get the documents and do all the
Mhm.
FOIAs and all that. It just saves so much time when somebody's doing the document stuff.
Oh my god, New York sucks for it. With Clenny, they just like send me an email like a few hours later, and they're like, "Here's 5 hours of video. Here's 8 hours of video, and it's in a
Mhm.
little link, and it's all ready to go, nice and organized, with a list of redactions of, this is what we could redact things for, all
Right.
laid out, no issue."
New York's
free.
FOIA is not as bad
Yeah,
as
but you
most,
see,
it's
there's still no documents up on
Right.
the web criminal thing. So those are gonna sit on somebody's desk until my daughter's my age. So
Well,
I
and then there's
guarantee.
the price barrier. The price point that was listed was the least per page, because if you wanted those sooner, it would have been up to 7 something a page. I think 7.10 a page to get
Now,
those transcripts.
Are
sooner.
they giving the media, or are they giving credentialed press anything different than they're giving you? Do you know that or not? Or do you know how, if they're doing it any differently?
So
they
I
shouldn't
don't
be.
think so. I do
Yeah, okay.
believe that I got 119 because they did comment, which we've already released through our press communications unit. This is talking about the District Attorney of New York's office and the
Right.
19 exhibits. It's really
Okay.
18 exhibits because the complaint, they're considering it 1 and 2.
Okay.
But it's really exhibit 1 through 19 is what they're calling it. It's not complete because there's certain exhibits as they're named in trial.
Okay.
Exhibit 5 is that big compilation video.
Mhm.
But it's like number 3 in the line item list.
Okay.
So, but there is some stuff that isn't coming in. I actually wanted to go through the transcripts and kind of like line up things we didn't get an exhibit for. But I was kind of like, I don't really have week 2 transcripts. So
Right.
by the time we're getting to like Dr. Xiang, I'm not going to be able to tell, you know, this
Right.
is how many exhibits they reference here, because
Right.
I don't have those transcripts.
Yeah, it's
So.
a very time consuming document retrieval for something like this, even just a 2-week trial is extremely time consuming. And depending on what jurisdiction you're dealing with, New York, believe it or not, is actually not that bad compared to like Virginia, for example, where you can get absolutely nothing. Or you have to be at the courthouse in person doing a seance to get a document. I mean, so I'm not saying it's yeah, I'm not saying it's easy,
But
but
the
yeah.
Johnny Depp trial, it was actually some friends of the court, the amici, amici, whatever.
Mhm.
They filed along on Amber Heard's behalf for one of the amicus briefings, because they submitted 2 for her.
Right.
But they were the ones that had to petition the court clerk, and the court clerk was like, "No, that's the judge's responsibility to unseal the documents." And you look at the statutes in Virginia, that's not the way it works. It is the court clerk's
Right.
responsibility. That
Right.
sounds obvious to you, right?
Right.
But the court clerk, County Clerk Frey is his last name, was like, "No, try to pass the buck." And then the appeals court had to say, like, "No, you don't have the discretion here. You're supposed to do it. It's not a
Right.
choice." And then
Right.
finally, some of the stuff, the additional stuff that was supposed to be accessible, they finally made it possible for the public to retrieve copies without having to show up in person with their own pen and paper to look at the
Right.
documents.
Right. They act like we're in the Stone Age, like it's 1722 or something. I mean, this is the digital age, and somehow these things are so complicated. You know. Anyway, all right. Wow. Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's
Yeah.
absolutely crazy. But you know, I feel like as long as we keep, you know, and anytime, I mean, because it's going to be hard to, you know, every single time there's a case to get into it as deeply as this. But I feel like even if we just use this as a niche, that every time somebody of color gets railroaded like this, we come on here, because that's really the only way to change the narrative. You know what I mean? Because this, I think, has been the most, since the Central Park 5, even though it's a completely different type of case, different dynamic. But I mean, this has been the most egregious miscarriage of not only justice, but of the legal system as a whole. Just like, as far as railroading goes, not the subject matter, but the way that it's just so corrupt, and that they're just going out of their way to demonize somebody that all the proof to the contrary, you know what I mean,
Right.
clearly indicates should not be treated this way.
Yeah.
It has to stop.
It cannot. There's no way that we can. I mean, I feel a sense that there's no way that you can't say nothing when you see something like this,
Right?
because it's just, if they feel like they can get away with something like this easily, and then
They will.
add on with Adam Foss and Porter, 3 people in the space of like 4 months, and they think they can just do that and no one's going to say anything. You've got to be kidding me. I mean, the least I can do is say something. You know,
right.
It's amazing.
And keep saying something, because now we clearly see. I had a roof guy come to my house yesterday, and he's clearly a Trumper, but I just let him be. He didn't say anything specific, but the certain things he did say, I was like, okay, I'm dealing with one of those. But I kept it classy, because I'm trying to get my roof done, and he was just telling me what to do, what to say to the insurance company. And
oh, he knew the good insurance loopholes.
Oh, I know him too. I just needed him to
I was
say
like, because that you got.
Yeah, I need to make sure. In Florida, we got a big issue with insurance companies leaving the state because there's too many claims, and they got they're denying claims, and the lawyers are getting involved and making them pay the claim. It's just a whole big thing. So he said something. We were talking about taxes, and then I was like, yeah, I don't pay taxes either. And so there, like I said, I got the indication that he was a Trump pansy, but I let it be. And I said, I'm not for him, but a broken clock is right twice a day. Mm-hmm. And I said, the 2 things I agree with him on is not paying taxes. Not paying taxes. Oh, we were talking about how much opportunity is here in the United States, but when you almost get penalized for being a business owner, because you can make, let's say, $500,000 a year, but if you take advantage of legal tax loopholes and get yourself down to the point where your actual income was, let's say, $100,000 a year, you get penalized for that because they don't consider the other $400 income if you wrote it off. And so we got on that topic, and he said something that gave me Trump vibes. So I said, you know, a broken clock is right twice a day. Two things I agree with: taxes and media. I'm just like Trump in that way. I don't trust the media for shit, and I don't pay taxes. So, so he was like, "Oh, I've never heard that before. I got to use that." But I'm saying, he said, "Joe Biden the Trump sneakers." I'm saying that to say that because the media cannot be trusted, we gotta stand in that gap. You know, we have to make sure that and Lauren was in it, and she doesn't trust the media. I've worked with organizations,
Yeah.
but no, I said Trump pansy, like a chimpanzee.
Yeah.
Something with a low IQ that can just do enough to get by and maybe learn a little sign language, but that's about it.
The media is going through a period of transformation right now. That's what's happening. And you can see it. You don't have to be some big expert or work in the media. I mean, you can see what's going on. The click-through rate.
Space, it's going to adapt too. They're going to know, like, hey, this is how we have to strategize for this to be televised.
Right. Right. It is scary to watch because people's lives are being blown up by an industry that is desperate for web traffic. And so here we are. It's really a shame. It's really a shame.
It really is.
You know, it's just amazing. It's amazing.
Let me see. Yeah, and it is a free for all. It's just like if you have a media, a press pass badge, whatever you call it, you can basically say and do whatever the hell you want.
Did you notice that when we were out in the hallway outside the courtroom, they let, you know, for most of the time, they let us stand on the other side of that hallway when everybody's coming out that door, so you could just like film. I was just like standing there with my camera like this, right? And the media people, and you could see it in the photos, when you first came out the door to the left, they're right there behind that stanchion. Then on the last day, when everything's happening, they like locked down on the rules, and they locked down the rules in the courtroom. You couldn't have your phone out unless you were media. And then they said, you know, well, when you're in the hallway, you can't stand on that side and take a photo of anything from the other side. I'm like, well, it's a public building, a public hallway. Why does anybody care about whether or not you have a pass or not? I don't have a New York pass, so I'm like, whatever. But I just, you know, I thought it was interesting because I think that the media companies probably have a deal with the courthouse because that's exclusive. The minute that comes out, that becomes exclusive footage. And if you bar everybody else, no lay person can get it, right? In that building. So it's sort of an interesting, you know, moment.
That's the issue by the NYPD, from what I was told.
They are. That's right.
Right.
They are.
And the court, they're all, I mean, they're state officers, but it's all part of the same.
But you know, most jurisdictions except New York, they look at it as the public and the media can effectively do the same things, whether it's a FOIA request, whether it's standing in a certain place. New York is very strict about having media in a specific location, and they have this whole thing about that in New York. I don't know why, but they do. But at any rate, I just you know, I very rarely, I've been in a lot of courtrooms on the federal level, and I am shocked. I'm just really actually shocked at what I'm watching in this case. It's not necessarily something that I was expecting. And I don't know why it's like this, or why Alvin Bragg is feeling like he has to prove something or get up the count.
Well, it's an election year. You know why?
Isn't it next year? When does he come up?
Okay, so he got 2001 is when he started. 21. Okay. Yeah, 21 is when his term started.
So
the election was 2020.
You're right. So this year is the year that he either gets in or out again for 2025.
Okay. So it'll be interesting to see who runs against him, because he
lost all the Trump and Z white people when he let those Mexicans beat that cop up and they didn't get so he lost them. So he definitely, the people that he was relying on to get him back in, because like I said, when you and I met with who was that we met with, Lauren? When I went on my whole rant about the
the election was 21. It wasn't
inauguration. 2021.
He was inaugurated in 21, right?
No, it says the election was 2021.
The election was 21. So
So
he
is it-
started.
2022.
Is that November to
Let me see.
January like a presidential election?
I feel like he just got here. I feel like he just got elected.
I don't know because I didn't. Even
I'll
know
look
he
it
was
up. I'll look it up. But I think I don't know what he's doing. You know, he's doing a pretty good job in responding and communicating with regard to anything related to Trump. Like he had a member of Congress that tried to effectively say that he didn't have the right to prosecute Trump. And Alvin Bragg's office had a very good, strong, tight response to that.
Mhm.
I get the feeling that the stuff that's being written with regard to these cases is not necessarily, I'm not saying it's not coming from his office. It is coming from his office. But I get the sense it's being written by this lady this judge, this former judge, because it just sounds like her organization.
Mhm.
Right? Judy Kluger, it sounds like her
yeah.
organization. Sounds like the voice of her organization, if I had to
Mhm.
guess. So, but there's no way to know that. But I
Right.
I'm a little bit shocked. I don't know why I'm still shocked, but I am. I actually am.
Too. I'm right here with you. And again, you're the media professional. I'm
It's just,
the person that went to let the fan club know that everything was cool, and then it spiraled into a YouTube channel.
I've never seen a case with more evidence go in this direction. I'll say that. I've never seen a case that I was paying any attention to with more evidence. And there's evidence, there's evidence all over the place in terms of video in particular. And we're sitting here with a guy that's gotten convicted of effectively it's a misdemeanor assault, but an assault. It's just a life-altering case over that.
No reading of a self-defense justification charge.
That was a really good video. Whoever did that, who did the video on self-defense? That was really good. Yeah, that was good.
I love case law. I love looking at precedent.
That was great because
my
I didn't even
fave.
think about that. That should have actually.
You gotta start. The people want the legal Avengers, man. Everybody has their individual skill set, and we need a logo. We need a channel. We need a podcast. I'm down. So y'all let them look. We could save a lot of lives.
Well, the YouTube.
No, I really feel like that because that's what happened with Marcellus Williams. It was social media that put a stop to his execution. They pressured the governor to come out and put a stay to the execution, and now he's finally, the new prosecutor, Wesley Bell, is coming in and pushing for a hearing to hear DNA evidence that no trier of fact has ever heard. And it's because in 2017, a governor was like, oh my God, people are like freaking out. And then like within less than an hour before his execution, they said, oh, we're going to just stop it by executive order. But he's still been fighting to show why he deserves to have that stopped. And the new prosecutor's finally coming in like, let's do the right thing. So it makes a difference. These things become huge political issues. Like talking about Alvin Bragg having better coordinated statements and more information about the Trump. That's a high profile thing. Everybody wants to address that.
Right.
But with the Jonathan Majors thing, it would have just been left in the hands of the verdict, however the news covered it, however they characterized it. Like it's very rare we see them say it was a split verdict. There were actually 2 acquittals and what that means. And if we're not saying something, Alvin Bragg isn't characterizing it right. His office came out and said it was a win for DV victims. They're characterizing the verdict as a win for DV victims, which there's no way to me you can say it is.
It's not a win. They're just saving face.
This is like they didn't prove intention.
It's a loss to me because you got a ticket and you got a violation and listen.
I believe a jury, if they believed in a pattern of abuse, even if they felt like he did not cause the injury to the finger intentionally that day, they would have just said yes to everything. Right. A jury has power to do things that aren't blah blah. Yes, I'm so glad to see you
from my channel. I'm like, woo. People still here.
I know you guys are still doing this for 4 hours.
Well, a few minutes ago, I was like, man, I need to like ease out here and go get something to eat.
Yeah, I'm gonna ease on down the road too.
Right.
Got some juicy. Dang, now I feel bad. Blabette, it is so good to see you. A lot of people have been asking and saying that they miss you and all your information on things that are going on. Because I think we've missed you since around the motion to dismiss era, the motion to set aside the verdict.
Yeah, we've been in here for a minute. I'm really surprised that
I just guys. I mean, let's do it again. I mean,
Lawrence? I don't know. What does that mean? Were you in New York?
It was crazy.
Oh, I'm sorry. You were trying to read that.
Yeah, I was just trying to
Yeah, I
read
was
that.
always at the front of the line. I was scared to lose my seat, man. And then some old man decided to show up, I think like the last 3 days, and took my seat. And then that's when I got invited to sit, in the reserve seating. He said 4 hours. Exactly. Well, I mean, I think what happens is too, and I got to stop doing that, but I don't want to just be putting stuff out there. I think I wait too long to post content. Then it's like we're catching up. Then we get kind of thrown off by the chat. That's kind of part of why I don't go live a lot, because I have ADD. I know I do. And I just go off. It's just like, I'm like the T-Rex in Jurassic Park. I'm coming to eat you, but then somebody throws a flare and then I'm over here trying, and then the chat's going on and I'm trying. It's just a lot going on. So
yeah, I think it's a great idea to have the timeline up. That, even though it doesn't matter really. I mean, it matters, and it doesn't matter whether you derail off of it. It's kind of a basis to keep the discussion
to keep it
flowing.
going. And I have
find
the
it really
timeline.
hard. I try to
color coded it. I put hyperlinks and still 4 hours.
Yeah, I find it really hard to do a live when it depends on what it's about, but I like to pack as much information in like a 10-minute period as possible. And to me, the only way you can really do it is to do it where you have set it up and built the thing and had the slides and all that. But the lives are fun because people know that you're there and you talk to people in real time. So the live has a real strength when it comes to that. It's just, it's an incredible.
A lot of time, because I had a spa appointment today. She ended up canceling, but I was like, I can't do it before the spa appointment because I know I would not get out of here.
Yeah.
So I said, let's do it after, just in case. And here we are 4 hours later.
Yeah, I'm looking at the time in the corner, and that's a long time, y'all, to be on. Y'all
but it
on
went
for 4
fast.
hours.
It went fast, but I'm like, is somebody?
I said it went really fast because when I looked at it, I was like, 3 hours. Okay.
Yeah,
we have like micro things coming out of this too, like the whole tax return, looking at the SFFNY charity tax return, and Daisy pulling up the Glassdoor reviews from people that used to work at SFFNY.
Right. So it just
saying that they just want a New York Times story as clients. They don't want to help actual victims that don't have a juicy story. I'm obviously creative licensing with those Glassdoor employee reviews, but go take a look at Glassdoor, look up Sanctuary for Families in New York.
I actually got on the live
stuff.
I got on the live because of that 990. So I was like, wait a minute, what 990? And so I was just I just, here we go again with another big fat piece of hard information. It's not our opinion. There's a 990 there, and then we're going to see Glassdoor reviews of people who've worked there. It's like I just, so I thank you guys a lot for all your information, because there's no way one person can collect all of this. There's just no way. It has to be crowdsourced.
It really does. And the YouTube chat is one of the most powerful tools out there for information, for cathartic release too. It doesn't even need to be like putting together some group or project report, but just going somewhere, knowing you're not the only one that's wondering, scratching your head about something, or am I the only one that looks at this type of way? It's such a wonderful thing to have something like the chat.
And I love about the group too, because like Pam, you and Chill, and there's a few people who are focused, Mac, focused on the entertainment side, which is the side I know the least about, right? So I'm like, that's the side I need to know about, because I don't know. And again, I don't know nothing about Marvel. So it's kind of, it's interesting to hear that particular perspective about where his career was and which movie he might have been in, and how the Marvel movies connected, or what. I know nothing about that, like nothing. So it's good to see the different, the different spaces that people are coming from, because there's no way that any one person can know all the quadrants.
Or post content timely enough and comprehensive enough that people won't get bored. So we all have our different areas, right?
Yeah.
Of what we bring to the table.
if you guys haven't seen, Dani has their longer interviews, so there's time for you to like sit and play them for a while. You know, sometimes you want something that's 2 hours long because you don't want to have to pick something else to watch after 10 minutes.
Right.
Dani has really great interviews on her channel with Kirby. He's an attorney. He's he's worked everywhere. He's been on both sides of the law. Really well versed, really easy to digest certain legal concepts with. And again, he also has that common sense aspect where he's not gonna tell you something and not call it out when it's a bullshit strategy. He's gonna be like, hey, you can try everything.
He's objective.
Yeah, he really is. They're really great.
He's even kind of sided with the prosecution on some things on this case.
Yeah.
You know, because he was a Brooklyn DA for 10 years.
Right.
He's currently a criminal defense attorney and appellate attorney. And so he, you know, he knows the whole, and he's, you know, he's older. He's closer to 60. So he knows the whole gamut, you know, of what really goes on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Kirby is good. I work with a bunch of attorneys, so I get a lot of attorney stuff, and he is very good. And my grandmother's house is in Brooklyn, so I knew who he was. I was like, wow, that's Kirby. So that is great that you have him on. A lot of the attorneys on YouTube that have talked on this case have been excellent. They've been really, really good at just drilling down to, you know, what we need to be hearing about, whether it was good or bad for Jonathan Majors, like just giving their legal whatever. And I've been really impressed by that, because it's just great to hear free legal advice on something like this.
Right.
You know,
and they all say the same thing all the time. Never expect that anything that's on your phone will be private forever. If someone needs to get access to those records is one. So don't memorialize something somewhere that you wouldn't want becoming public. Even your Google search history could become something that they look at. Don't speak to someone. Don't divulge your version of events without an attorney present.
Right.
Like, no matter how right you think you are, or how you did absolutely nothing wrong.
Right.
Request an attorney. Request an attorney. Request someone there for you.
Right away.
So listening to those things over and over kind of like drill those kind of broad things that you're probably like, yeah, that's common sense. But when you have a bunch of people on YouTube telling you that, it's something that you'll remember in the moment when you're like freaking out and just want to, well, my God, this is exactly what just happened. I didn't mean to do something. Well, you might have a bit more brevity in the moment to stop and say, can I have an attorney here with me first? So it's great to look at that type of content. And again, we're bridging a gap when you have someone like Pam saying like, hey, Jonathan Majors at this movie premiere. And then we're like, well, hold on. What was the testimony transcript about this thing? And then we're like, oh, this is interesting.
Right.
And you bring all those worlds together. Like, everybody has their own perspective and their own skill, their own talent, their own, you know, just way of wording things that someone else might understand better when one person says it, that it doesn't come across when someone else says it.
Right.
Yeah. So. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Exactly.
Unbelievable.
I know. Is that to wrap it up? Son? Yeah, I know. We're at 4.5 hours. I saw some people say that it's good while they're at work, but yeah, you're paid.
And when's your sub stream? That's tomorrow now, right?
Tomorrow at 7:30, because I've got to get my hair retwisted, so I won't be back in time till about 7:30. So maybe we could do am I the a-hole, one of those little things on there too.
Yeah, I'm gonna start doing those. I think, guys, maybe we'll change the concept, but if you guys tuned in last Friday when I did the spinning wheel of hot topics, the chat can vote on the topics. I can put them in the spinning wheel. The wheel will choose what we talk about from your suggestions. So you know what I mean? It's not like we can democratize it a little bit. I'm not just gonna be like, today we're gonna talk about this, guys. But we'll get in those am I the assholes, and it'd be fun because like there's so much you can pull out of a paragraph of a Reddit post saying, am I the asshole for this situation? Right. And you guys, like, we'll pick a day and we can start doing that for sure. I think it'd be so fun.
Oh yeah. Well, and as long as you give me a day and a time, I'm good. I can't do I'm going on in 5 minutes. Join me if you want.
Sorry.
I'm in my pajamas. Absolutely.
Well, it'll be easier for that because it'll just be like a roundup and we're going to read through things that aren't time sensitive. So that's why it's perfect.
Okay. All right, cool. And then Lauren, you and I got to do something. So
Absolutely.
I guess text me.
Yeah.
Text me, and then I'm going to have Kirby on. We were going to do it tomorrow, but I might have to wait till next week now because I'm tapped out. but we're going to do an episode on the motion to I keep calling it to toss out
Set
the verdict.
aside.
Set aside the verdict.
I know. I'm like, motion to dismiss. I'm like,
Yeah,
no, not the same
set
thing.
aside. We're going to do an episode on that specifically, and I'm going to do that one live so that we can have a Q&A. But I'll let y'all. It won't be this weekend because I was thinking about tomorrow, but I'm tired. I can't do this again tomorrow. Told y'all the introvert in me. I'm gonna have to crash down for about 5 days, and then I'll see you in a week.
It's all good. Let me know.
But yeah, this is gonna be a marathon nap session tomorrow. Yeah, I thank you guys for always supporting us and coming out. And I'm going to get with us four in addition to the other content creators and see if we can come up with a Law Avengers thing, because I feel like a lot can be done. And initially, I'm just going to be real. Right now, we're just focusing on POCs for this because we're the ones that are experiencing the disparities in the legal system in record numbers. And then, you know, obviously branch out to more stuff later, but I feel like we really need to zero in on making sure that people of color understand what you're up against, you know? You said the majorettes. Yeah, that's the majorettes. Those are the majors.
The majorettes.
And supporters. I hate to say fans because it sounds so, you know.
It sounds like you might. Yeah.
But yeah, the major supporters. Maybe we should change it to.
You can definitely come up with something that's a Marvel type of name, like the. Wasn't there like a League of Justice or a Justice League in Marvel?
Yeah, that's the actual trademark. Yeah, so we could be.
Pam saying no. Say that, Pam.
Be the Justice lead. We have the lead on the new story. And it sounds the same homophonically.
Yeah, the Justice lead, and then I can get maybe my other daughter's an excellent artist. Maybe get her to draw us as caricatures with the the capes and the outfits on or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know, but we'll figure it out. We definitely can brainstorm in the chat that we have. But I think it's a worthy cause, obviously, because you guys have your individual channels that you got to create content for. It's definitely not going to be an everyday thing.
Yeah,
but,
I mean, there's about to be a bunch of videos I'm doing, but it's you know how it's work. It's work. That's one good thing about live feeds is you can just boom, you're like there and you're doing it.
But then you can't get out.
You can't get out. You can't escape. As we're proving with this 4 hours,
4 hours and 35 minutes and 45 seconds later.
Yeah,
you cannot get out.
You can never leave. You can never leave. Marathon. We got to do a telethon. A telethon live feed.
Right, we're gonna have to start doing telethons. I'm putting in work days here.
I know.
But please, guys, like, share, comment, and we love y'all too. Thank you, and we'll be back soon. Any last words from anybody?
Good night, and we'll see you soon. You know, we'll see you soon.
We'll be back
tomorrow. I'm doing a live stream tomorrow, so
okay.
Look, I'll put the link in the chat 5 minutes before.
Right, and if you can join me. I will probably be still taking naps after today.
It's just I'm gonna see if we can have like my subbies come up. I did it impromptu a couple of weeks ago, and it has been pretty good just to have them come up and to talk about what they're talking about. I want to hear what they're talking about because sometimes typing can be much, but if I can put a voice to who the people are talking to, I want to be able to do that. I think that's a good engagement.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that was fun during your thing, and then the Valentine's thing. That was really fun, and I'm kind of glad we didn't get as many people as I thought we would, because that would have been chaotic. But it is fun to actually have the people in the comments come on and give their take. But I think when we're together, we have too many, and that would be 7 hours later. So
somebody put in the comments, Justice League is DC Comics. See why I need chill. And
right. And they said F Marvel. So
so I'm not even. I don't even know which one is Marvel and which is
we're not gonna go there.
Yeah, right. I said Superman, and they're like, wrong franchise. But yeah, thank you guys and everybody. Good night. God
Good
bless.
night.
Be
Good night.
safe. And watch Pam tomorrow. Like, share, comment.
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye.